Sorry about that. Literally, the house's power went out for a second. Why? I don't know. It was literally just like lights went out for a second, lights came back, and I had to fight with Windows because Windows decided, hey, I'm gonna update right now while you are trying to get your stream rebooted. Is of course. Yeah, the good news is we didn't lose any progress. It dropped me right here to before I opened the door. So we got that going for us. Make sure to refresh if you can hear me. If you can't hear me, you probably should refresh anyway. In fact, let me do a thing. Of course, now the ad timing is going to be all out of whack because it's going to be on the half hour instead of on the hour, but it'll be what it'll be. Now, where did that guy come from? And is he going to appear again when I pulled... Nope, there he is. That's where he came from. If my power goes out again, I'm not going to try again, by the way, because that's going to be too uncertain. On the bright side, that fight went better. Crack the door open. As another bit of mild positive news, the good news out of that is... at least I know it wasn't the computer, because the light in the room went out as well for that moment. Like, the whole room went dark for basically a beat of, like, 2 seconds. So I don't know if it was, like, the house lost power, the whole area lost power, or what happened for a second there. I know it wasn't a fuse or anything, considering everything came back just fine. Considering there's no weather today, you would have figured today wouldn't be the day something like that would happen. But there's also... That reached? Really? Okay. At least it's gonna be easy to get those souls back. We were doing so well. And then that happened. On the bright side, now I'll have a full set of spells to throw. Oh, to deal with the Baldur Knights. So that's what those are, is Baldur... I don't know if they're Baldur Knights or Baldur Soldiers. I don't remember the exact name. I hate the way the lock-on range can be sometimes, where it just drops the lock-on because they stepped like one step too far. I disagree. Please don't... Oh, you little bitch. That's gonna be a grand inconvenience to my plans. Don't you love hitboxes sometimes? It's time for what's commonly referred to as a bad idea. Mine. Gotta go. Yep. Kind of figured that was what was gonna happen there. But the hope is that it moved the souls a little closer. Because that was about the only play I had once I was poisoned. With poison on, there's no way I was getting through that properly. Ain't no way. Now, the extra annoying thing from that power outage, by the way, as a behind-the-curtain thing, is that's now going to be 2 separate VODs. Because that's fun. On the bright side, it does seem to have at least had the bitrate stabilize and everything at this point, so we should be good now. That's fair, Aranatra. You're just in time for us to be coming back from a power outage, so... well timed. Like, not a major power outage, just, like, a split-second flicker that was enough to knock everything out and annoy me. Nope, 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 nope. Do not manage to fight me again. Thank you. Do let me know if anything seems weird, because Windows did update. Probably not, yeah. Fucking shitters. Shitters, the lot of you. Why are you so committed this time? You were less committed when I was poisoned. Well, there went those 4,000 souls. Thanks, camera. Thanks for ignoring my input. I know I was locked on, but it's supposed to flick which one you're locked on to if you push it. And it just decided, nah, we're not going to change which one you're locked on to today. Well, on the bright side, I no longer have anything to worry about, because I have no souls to lose. Why do I have this feeling that having come back after the power outage is going to just lead to a cacophony of failure? The lock-on has always been scuffed. It gets better as the series goes on. Like, genuinely, it does behave better in 3 compared to this one and arguably even 2. But it does remain a little inconsistent to work with. But I would definitely rather have the Dark Souls 3 lock-on right about now. Because it's a bit looser about flicking from target to target, which can be its own downside, but I'd rather it be loose than it be super stiff like the lock-on here is, where it just refuses to change target. See, I never minded driving in Far Cry either. But you do have to accept the fact that it's gonna do what it wants to a certain degree. Little shitter. Stop that. If you won't allow me to drink, I won't allow you to drink. That's how it works. Those are the rules. No. Thank you for waiting. Now it's your turn. Die. Anyway, mission of vengeance fulfilled. Oh. Okay, you want to go too. Down you go. And dead you go. Oi. All I wanted was to walk back over here and actually make headway, as we'll get the 100 souls I had over here back. Oh wait, no, I didn't even have that. Lock on, please. Thank you. Okay. Oop. The good news is 4,000 is not going to be that hard to get back. The better news is I didn't really have a plan for those 4,000 souls anyway, so... not really a loss I'm super concerned about. Used to be I cared a lot more about that. But when you accept that that's just a part of how these games are going to be, your life gets a lot easier. I don't know why this guy didn't activate, but I'm not exactly upset about it. I'm more upset about him hitting me through the fucking door. And then he parried me too, but he thankfully didn't follow up on that. Otherwise, I would have been very angry. Like, not only did he stab me through the door, but he parried me through the fucking door. Because that's what's dangerous about these small shield guys, is they're very prone to parrying. No, 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 no. Yeah, sure, just super armor through that. They sure can. That's why you saw me just kind of standing there like an idiot, is I couldn't do anything. That was a lot more soul arrows than I wanted to use, but I also didn't want to get parried and dunked on. I'm just not gonna worry about the big guy back there right now. Or we're gonna have to worry about the big guy back there because he's where I have to go, huh? Well, that makes me being out of soul arrows really bad. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna give a shit about my sword. Which means it's time to break out the Drake sword. And be better. Got any other friends? Anybody else waiting in the wings to jump me? I was gonna say, I need the rest of that sentence. Yep, he has friends up there. There's wizards about in there. Very good, very good. And yeah, parrying can be a very hit or miss thing, depending on how you interact with the various games parrying. Yeah, that jerk right there. He's the problem. Say hello to problem. Right fucking there. He's lucky I don't have a better ranged option to deal with him right now. Oh, you did get another streak? So, huh. That's surprising because it wasn't that big a gap between the parts. Gonna attract you. Pull you past your friend. Part of the problem with this guy is his shield is, as you might imagine, a big issue. None of that. No healing. Only dealing. There we go. That's why you keep the Drake sword in your back pocket. Makes dealing with things like that much, much less stressful. Yeah, that's about right. Firekeeper soul get. That's gonna be important. We'll deal with that in a minute. And by a minute, I mean a while, actually. But neither here nor there. First, vengeance. I forgot you were on this staircase. I, for some reason, thought this was going to be the regular guys, not another Baldur. That's an issue, actually, then. Keep poking you. Ow! You know, I deserve that for poking you. Look at you with your fancy pose. Ow. Missed it. Shit. Mutually assured drinking. This is fine. shit. I knew I was overextending, but I was hoping he wouldn't catch that one. Oh, this is bad times. I'm out of healing. I do have 4 soul arrows left to deal with him with, I suppose. Not really how I wanted to handle this situation. But sometimes how you want to handle something and how you're gonna have to handle something can be 2 very different answers. You little shit. Die. No. Bad. Thanks for the Titanite shard, I guess. I was kind of hoping he was dropping his sword after what we went through. We might be SOL here. I might not be able to make any more headway. Because depending on what's awaiting me around this bend, to determine what I can do here. No, I don't like it. Oh, but I can't. Oh, yes. Guess who just remembered that he left the rats at the bottom of the ladder? Well, elevator it is then. This might go to a good place, this might not. I don't remember if this is the good elevator or not. I think this is the good elevator. Yes, this is the good one, actually. Remember that spot I was talking about that could be... that looked like a death pit but wasn't? Yeah, that's where the elevator just spat us out. We're back at the hub. So we are safe for the second. I'm glad I chose to trust the elevator. There are other elevators around that lead to very bad places. That one, though, that one's a good one. No, I can't quite reach the 16 strength for the Drake Sword, but we'll position ourselves close at least. Everybody's screaming now. Nobody likes the rats. The rats are no one's friend. Repair the Drake Sword, repair the everything. They're not terrible to map out as long as you're paying attention. Some parts are much worse than others, though. And obviously all the elevators and everything makes it easier and harder to map at the same time. The most important thing to remember is they are very, very prone to looping in on themselves. Sometimes you gotta be a rat. Now, back to proper vengeance with twice as much Estus and a full set of spells. Problem is, of course, some of the boys will have returned. Oh, what are you doing down here? You're not supposed to be down here. You know, that was fine by me. Yeah, not so funny when you're on the same plane of existence as your opponent, huh? As you can see, though, they have very good magic resistance. Annoyingly so. Unlike us. Thankfully, not so good in the physical resistance department. And note that he was worth 1,000 souls, and the big shield man doesn't come back. So, we've got a lot of good on our side there. Sup, fuckboy? Nah. I killed the guy you were guarding, cause he came down here for some reason. Matter, don't appreciate what I called you? Well then don't be a fuckboy. Thanks for the Titanite shard. Anyway. Now, having disposed of that problem, it'll be easier to get around up here. The reason I backed off is this. The Channeler, or which I seem to recall those spellcasters are called, are guarded by a absolute gaggle of these little bastards. Like, it is ridiculous, the amount of guys that are in here. And as you can see, it's very easy to just get chain slapped there. They all take a turn swinging. The stairs are our friend here, because they'll swing over our head and we can just kind of stab them in the feet. It's not often I'll say stairs are our friend, but this is one of those times. Okay, one small massacre later, we can actually make a proper bit of headway into here. Exactly. The high ground is not always on your side. Is it that set of barrels that I want? It's a specific set of barrels that actually matter. And that's all I'm going to say on that matter until it proves out. Good night, ABC. Just go screaming off into the night. Do I want to go up here, or was it the other way? Something very particular that I'm looking for. Because it will be very beneficial to us in particular. Not that. Nope, not that way. It might not be in this part. I might be remembering wrong. There's a couple things in this vicinity, though, that we want. Like this zone in particular, that is. One of which is obvious. One of which is less obvious. And then there's just a couple other nice-to-have things around. Missed. Missed again. Gotta try for 3. Okay, it's cheating when you just walk through my shots there, bud. Gotta say. It's hardly cricket. None of that. Oh, right, they just have the normal one. Some of them have rapiers, some of them have, I believe it's called the Baldur's Straight Sword? And then there's some that have the Baldur's Side Sword, if I remember right. Either that or there's no Baldur's Straight Sword, there's only Baldur's Side Sword. And it's in the straight sword category, and that's why I'm thinking of it that way. You're not the one I'm looking for, but this teaches you what I'm looking for. Only this door can break. This leads to the same place, so it doesn't matter. Hi. You're not who I'm looking for at all.
Oh, still human, are you? Then I am in luck. Could you help me? As you can see, I am stuck without recourse. Please, I have duties to fulfill, and I will reward you handsomely. Well, I am certain you stand to benefit.
I am not the trusting sort. So I wish you would tell me more about what you're willing to offer me. before I open
and
this.
I will reward you handsomely. Well, I am certain you stand to benefit.
Tell you what, I'll flip a coin. The coin will decide your fate, good sir. Heads, you get freed. Tails, you don't. That's a shame. Coin has said no. Good day, sir. Enjoy being in that box for eternity. Now, there is something that I know about that one that may or may not have influenced my decision to the point where I opted to flip the coin. Admittedly, I don't 100% remember if it matters what you do for that one or not. But for those that don't know, I'm going to keep it to myself exactly why I don't mind leaving them in there. But I suppose let's go have a look at that fog wall that was up here. Because I don't think this is the particularly bad one. I don't think this is what I want either. Oh no, this is the bad one. Oh, this is very bad to have walked into in our current condition. I thought this was somewhere else. Well, guess that's my life right now, huh? One of these things is not like the other. One of these things is gonna come kick my ass. Did I say one? Yeah. Yeah. Meet the Bell Gargoyle. Very, very dangerous opponent in its own right. A lot of range, a lot of flexibility in how it attacks. And it's not a very good position to be fighting in to begin with. And since he keeps hopping up and down, you'll notice my magic's missing a lot. Thankfully, with a solid shield, you can at least block his attacks. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. This sword ain't gonna do much. And I don't have the luxury of time to swap to the Drake sword. Blocking does at least give me openings to hit him at all. You can use the height in here to your advantage, as you can see from that as well. There's the problem with this fight. He has a friend. And that's what I was hinting at before when I was saying, yeah, one, yeah. Oh, and they breathe fire in case you didn't catch that. Yep, and we're dead, because I couldn't get enough distance. You may notice something different about the one that joined in, though. He's missing his tail. That's a hint. You can, in fact, take the tail off of the Bell Gargoyle. I'm telling you that now, because I'm probably not gonna do it. Because it is tricky to do and get away with. Now, there's a couple things we could do to handle that situation. Oh, I just completely blanked on grabbing this. Some fire bombs, which are pretty handy to use. You throw them, they explode, just like the ones we had been getting thrown at us the whole time. But yeah, the weapon you get from that's not going to be that useful to us, is part of why I'm not too concerned about getting it. And honestly, if I do use the Drake Sword for that fight, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the weapon particularly easily anyway, because the damage difference is going to be rather significant, and I might end up killing them before I get the tail off. That's one problem. Part of the other problem being I have to use this thing in two hands still, so I can't actually block. But, you know, may as well demonstrate the power of the Drake Sword a bit again to get us back there. And how it just rinses through enemies. Come on, boys. So yeah, that helps a lot when you have a death wave you can throw. It's a very good crowd clearing option. Easy way to tell I'm aggravated with a situation is when I whip this thing out. That didn't work. Why am I even dealing with you? You're not on the way to the gargoyles, nor are you where I have any use for being, because you're just guarding the guy I don't want anything to do with. Do I try this again? I mean, my souls are in there, so I feel compelled to try it again. The good news is I can switch to my catalyst and block using that a bit. The ideal move here would be to try to rush one of the two gargoyles down early on. Well, I say one of the two. I mean the first one. The second one appears when they're at half health. Get my stuff back first, so that if I die again, at the very least, that's still an option. For completeness sake, I'll make a play for the tail. Problem is, the second gargoyle's in play now. You really want to try to get that tail off in that first section of health. Though I suppose I could kill the injured one freely, and then go back to making a play for the tail. Because the injured one primarily will try to burn me, leaving himself rather vulnerable to attack. Problem is, dodging the fire also leaves me rather vulnerable to attack in return. He got so lucky that that happened to clip the top of my head. Yeah, notice how strong the Drake Sword is. We were cooking through them with that. But also take a look at how much of the durability of the Drake Sword is gone from that already. It breaks pretty fast. That's the trade-off. Before anybody's like, wow, that's just a brokenly powerful weapon. It's not meant to be your everyday sword. It's not meant to be used for everything all the time. And if you do that, you're gonna lose it. It almost certainly. Because we only got, what, like 5 swings in before the sword got to this degree? What I should have done, rather than trying to heal, was I should have backed off and just threw some soul arrows at the almost dead one to buy myself the free space to to handle everything else. Though I did throw some waves out of this thing, which probably did more damage to it, honestly. This thing also has a ton of stagger to it, as you can tell by how I just slapped that guy's shield aside and blew through him. I don't know if this will save more durability not using the wave move or not. Bar's not moving too fast. The bar being there, by the way, is part of the mods I have on. Ordinarily, there would be no durability bar, from what I recall. But I figure the durability bar is a nice quality of life thing, so I can keep track of something like this sword, for a specific example. Okay, so what we're gonna do this time is I'm gonna do my best not to hit the gargoyle unless I'm hitting the tail. We're gonna do it that way, which probably means I shouldn't lock onto him until the tail comes off. Just channel my inner monster hunter for a moment here. Was expecting the slam there. Now, as you might imagine, taking the tail off does have its benefits, because he can't do that tail flick anymore. I don't know if that actually counted as hitting the tail or not. Ooh, he faked me on that one. I thought that was going to be a horizontal swing. And of course, he's got a halberd, so he's got some stabbing he can do too. That might have been wing that I hit there. Right, that comes all the way around. Okay. This is why I said I wasn't really gonna focus on the tail too much, because it is tricky to keep hold of that tail enough to do anything with. Let's grab a little bit of money so that I can actually fix the sword up. Because that's the other thing, as I was... Oh, nope, it's 209, because of fucking course it is. Hold that thought. Which way is it again? Oh, there's a corpse over there that I didn't grab, too. I'm trying to avoid having, like, a pile of leftover souls just kind of floating around. Because that's just asking to lose them. As we've already proven repeatedly, I am quite good at losing them. Oh, you can pop over that, okay. I just didn't want to risk it the other way. I was gonna go demonstrate the advantage of the Drake Sword against the skeletons, but apparently lost track of where that spot is. So we'll just go bop one of these guys upside the head right quick. Hi. Souls, please. Thank you. This way I can fix the sword. Mind you, using the sword also is going to raise the repair cost a bit. But that should more than account for it. Yeah, it didn't even actually increase the cost. There we go. No longer need to be concerned about the durability of the sword for the time being. Now, if I were better at using all of my inputs and just, like, using all of the tools at hand better, I absolutely could have survived multiple of those attempts we've done so far by just quickly flipping to having my shield available. But the problem is, there would invariably be a fumble on the way back to the Drake Sword because I would forget to put it back in two hands, for example. That's why I hesitate in doing things like that. Mutually assured damage once again. Come along, children. That didn't work. So much for all that repairing I just did. Basically just chewed right back through all that durability. It is so going to mess up my sense of time having the stream reset like that. Because I'm gonna look up and be like, there's no way this has only been a half an hour. Ain't no way. Where did my stuff end up? There it is, over there. Ooh, he got me with that. I thought he was doing a different move. Ow. And we are on the back foot immediately. Yep, and now we're just gonna start getting bullied. That's a good enough opening, or at least it should be. Okay, now it's as if the fight had only just started. I wanted a roll, not a jump, but that's the problem, is since all of those are on the same button, it's very easy for you to get fucked over in that idea. I wanted to get him with that in the hopes of speeding this up a little bit. What happened there? Okay, that was odd. I pressed to roll, but I saw him do some kind of weird motion with his arms and not roll. Did I strike the attack button at the same time by accident? I could definitely see that happening. I just don't know how that happened. Because I didn't really move my hand in a way where that should have happened. But maybe I twitched more than I thought. I'm willing to believe that that is what occurred there, even if I'm not happy about it. Always gotta remember that that exit is behind you. Fuck you. Thanks for another copy of a sword I'm not gonna use. I like those weapons, but they're not gonna be helpful to us. It's not anytime fast. I probably could just run through before these guys pile in properly. But I'm not in a particularly trusting mood, so I don't want to get stabbed in the back. I really thought that the Bell Gargoyle fight that was near another bonfire that was close, like a bonfire like in a room that looks like this in a tower somewhere. Either that got moved in the remaster, or... Oh wait, no, I might be confusing myself with a different situation. Wouldn't be the first time, and it won't be the last time, considering how long it's been. Because I think the last time I personally was playing this was back, like, 2016? 17? Somewhere back there. My stuff. I'll give it one more try for getting the tail. That really wasn't enough to get the tail? I hammered his ass so hard. Oh, that was a bad call. God damn it. So I tried to be cheeky there, and I got punished for it. What I tried to do was just blitz the damaged gargoyle by just taking the first hit of the flame, because I know that you have enough time to do something before the flame kicks a second time. The problem there was the other gargoyle stabbed me in the face right in the time I was going to attack, so I just got locked completely. It was a very risky move, which is why I'm not that upset that that went wrong. But man, that would have been so quick if that had worked. They're annoying, yeah. If it was just a one-on-one fight, this would have been over a long time ago. And I wouldn't even have needed to use the Drake Sword. As it stands, now that I'm not going to be worrying about getting the tail, this is going to be over before you know it. I wanted to show off the fancy Gargoyle Halberd for people who haven't seen it, but you know what? People can look it up. I'm done fighting him for it. That is already attempt like 6. This is becoming a waste of my time. Come on, bring the band together. Go away. Back. As it stands, I'm gonna have a hell of a repair bill on this sword again. Waste a flask getting up here. Now, a wiser man would have went down the other path that is before this place. For a very specific reason. But at this point, stubbornness is kicking in. I am so upset with myself right now. I knew that second swing was greedy. I knew it was greedy. There goes another 4,000. All because I decided to take advantage of the moment I had, and then had a moment of indecision at the exact wrong time. That is why you don't do that. Do not change your mind in the middle of a fight. It is just asking for trouble. Especially when your opponent massively outranges you like they do. On the bright side, I now don't need to worry about getting those souls back before doing anything much else with the fight. Is the reason I prioritize grabbing them first is to avoid exactly what just happened there. This way you ensure that you don't completely lose them, even if it puts you at a disadvantage in the fight. Now, though, I have no reason to hold back, no concerns to worry about. I can just slam him and be done with it. Because if I'm quick enough, I can just kill him before the other one even manages to land. That's not easy to accomplish, but it would be the ideal scenario for us. The curse of 3D there, where my sword just barely grazed him and didn't hit enough. Now, the scheme right now is going to be use the Drake Sword, kill the first one, and then use magic to deal with the second one. Would be the maneuver, I think, at this point. This way we can block, though the magic strategy would be better for this first one. The problem being magic is slower. Oh, that just doesn't work up here, I guess? I forgot about that. Of course, now you're being a lot dodgier. Because you know my plan. Yep, I'm gonna have to deal with both of them again anyway. That's the problem. Even if you try to go for a rush, more often than not, they move just enough that you don't get the opening you need to try to do a rush strategy like that properly. Not without having significantly more power than I do. I disagree with that hitting. That seems way further than that should be reaching. That one made more sense. And this is why you don't want both of them, because you just end up in an unwinnable position unless you take more time and try to force them into an awkward pair, essentially. This is going to be much more time-consuming than I would like it to be. That's basically the short version of this situation. Prepare the sword again. I remember the Drake Sword doing this fight faster, but then again, I think I had a better setup for such things the last time I did this. Like, significantly more strength. Actually, does the Drake Sword even scale? No, it doesn't scale, so... No, that couldn't have worked then. Huh. No, because I don't think you can do that either. Doesn't matter. Let's do what I was talking about doing to begin with, since clearly rushing it down isn't going to necessarily be the move. Well, putting that on right now is not going to matter, because I keep forgetting I have a bunch of wasted space to get through on the way there, like this guy. Okay. Let's see if we can zoom past these guys. Yep, clearly I can't fit past him. Nope, why would that ever work? And that's why you don't try to do that. His enemies will take up a far wider space than they should. Let that be a lesson in that front. Of course, the lesson there is don't fall into the trap of impatience that I basically live in. Back up we go. Yeah, genuinely, I think the fight that I'm gonna have to do after this is, at least for me personally, much worse than this one. And then this bastard gets lucky, which doesn't help. Nope, you're coming with me. Or you're going on this journey with me. You have to think about what you've done. The Blessing and Curse corpse pile. But yeah, those who were wondering about the statement I made before about the fact that it would only matter having lots of healing charges if you were able to use them, the way these fights have been going probably explain all of that for you. Because especially in a fight like that, where in the second half there's 2 enemies, you're probably not going to get the opening to use your healing flask after the first couple times. Thanks, game. Thanks for the instant slam on my head before I have a chance to do much. And you're gonna hit me. Yep. As you can see, the magic does a lot less than the sword does, but I can do it from a safer distance. Which is why the idea was going to be to use it to chip down the second one, and I may still do a mix of the two. If I were better at not getting just caught in these bad loops. There's a catch to using a powerful weapon like this. As mentioned before, I don't have the roll timing at all. I used to have some of it, but you can tell today I don't got the timing. Like, I can pull it occasionally, and that's about the best I can say on that one. Honestly, to a certain degree, kind of sad. Because I can honestly say this is still going better than when I had done this back in the past. For all the trouble we're having with the Bell Gargoyles right now, outside of, I believe it was Pyromancy I used, that I got through it pretty well. I have always had trouble with the Bell Gargoyles. More so than I genuinely think I should have a lot of the time. Obviously, even then, part of the trouble was I wanted the funny E-Halberd. Is the neat thing about the halberd you get from the gargoyles is just like their tail, because it is quite literally just a chunk of their tail. It bends. It's really neat. But as it stands, it's definitely not looking like I'm gonna get to show that off. And I suppose we should all thank our lucky stars that the rest of these statues don't get up and get involved too. There we go. That's what I needed to do. I just needed to get him stunned, because if you hit something even that big hard enough, it will get staggered a little. There we go. Now the strategy can work out. Is we can stand out of his fire range and just blast him. He thinks he's going to be cheeky and win in at the range battle, but he won't. Because we can just magic him to death. If I don't get a little too close to the fire. Come on, heal, please. Quickly now. Don't get karma'd now, me. Come on. Just one more shot. And down he goes. That's how you properly dispose of the bell gargoyles. That's what I was trying to do this entire time. But if you fumble that approach even one swing, as you saw, it can all fall apart. But there we go. That's the bell gargoyles dealt with. It could be so much worse. And the argument can be made that we got refunded for the souls we lost, but I would rather keep those too. This is a little bit of hazardous terrain here. You can easily slide off of there if you're not careful coming around the bend. Temptation to smash the gargoyles. But there's our first Bell of Awakening. Only like 3 hours in and one bell done. That's not that bad, all things considered. That could have been infinitely worse. Don't fall down like a dumbass at this point, either. This is the other problem, is dismounting this ladder without taking too much of a move away from it is also tricky. Now, having rang that bell, though, a couple things happen, like this guy showing up.
Greetings. I am Oswald of Karim, the Palm. Thou art a friend. For thee, a warm welcome. Cometh thou to confess, or to accuse? For indeed all sin is my domain.
But yeah, you can leave covenants remotely using this guy. I believe he also forgives you for things done against a covenant, something like that. Because there's a whole sin thing. Oh yeah, you can also use these indictments against players that invade you. I don't remember this actually getting used that much. Well, actually no, the Blades of Darkmoon I think were pretty active. This guy also offers more Homeward Bones, Purging Stones to get rid of Curse. Notice how expensive these are, though. 3,000. And, of course, a list of the guilty players. And he also teaches you the, well, that's it gesture.
Anytime. It is only human to commit a sin.
Doesn't he seems so trustworthy. Nice coat, though. If I could steal that from him, I would. Pretty sure he doesn't drop it even if you kill him, though. I would absolutely steal that coat, though. And like he says, it's only human to commit a sin. I'm sure he wouldn't be that upset about, me committing the sin of stealing his coat. He'd probably even absolve me of it, and then get a new coat. So I do believe he demands a price for absolvement of sin, as is typical. Now, I need to remember where the other part is. Because there is somewhere else in this area that we wanted to go to. And it isn't where he is, because that's where the guy that's in the jail cell is, who's going to stay in that jail cell. Oh yeah, I think it's literally just right over here. What the? Why did I just kind of topple over there? What? I just tripped for some reason. I've never seen that. The fuck was that? Like, I literally watched my character windmill his arms like an asshole and fall over. And by the time we stood up, we got stabbed. That was hardly cricket. Oh well. At least it was funny. Oh, back over there we go. Just gonna magic him before he can cheat and trip me somehow again. Wait, where are my souls? The fuck? They should have been right here. Did I just lose 10,000 souls to magic? This playthrough, man. Starting to seem a little cursed. Where the fuck did my souls go? The pile should have been right here. But they're not. They get, like, attacked by a hacker or something? Didn't figure there would be anybody active in this version anymore. Huh. Let's look around a bit for the soul pile, then. I wouldn't figure it would be placed too far, if it was placed anywhere. I wonder if it did a weird thing because I was, like, slightly up in the air when I died, technically. That it got confused. Doesn't look like it's anywhere nearby, though. Still, that is a very upsetting amount of souls to have lost. Like, the 4,000 twice was annoying. 11,000 just phasing into the ether. That bothers me. Especially since I didn't die by my own hand there. I just fucking tripped. And my souls vanished. Just kind of checking the local area to see if they, like, got warped somewhere weird. In case anybody's like, why is he going back all over places he's been already? I'm checking for weird things, basically. No? Because I would have figured it would have been up here if it was anywhere else. Unless it ended up, like, in the jail area over there, but I don't think so. That is so bizarre. Like, I might genuinely watch that back later and try to figure out what the fuck happened. Is one would figure if it was like a weird situation where I was up in the air or according to the game, it would have placed my souls like back there somewhere. Which is why I was looking around. Unless it ended up there somehow, at which point it basically doesn't exist anymore. I don't see any glow. That is tedious and annoying. Because right here is what I would have wanted my money for. The thing that I was talking about that would have been a good idea to do before fighting the gargoyles is one, convenient bonfire closer to the gargoyles, which I don't think this was the one I was thinking of, but it has to be the one I was thinking of. And if we go down the stairs further... Behold, this gentleman.
Well, you must be a new arrival. I'm Andre of Astora. If you require smithing, then speak to me.
Yeah, he upgrades gear, modifies it with special stones, and he also sells stuff. Like the Artorias crest, the weapon smith box, and armor smith box, which is the things I was planning to buy, so I don't have to come running back to him to smith things all the time. As well as an array of better weapons. Well, mostly better weapons. The longsword would honestly probably be a very good choice for us. Bastard sword less so, even though I do enjoy that as a weapon. We don't have enough strength for it. As it is in the greatsword category in this game. Obviously, you could be a fool and use the Kestis. Warpick's not terrible, well, from what I know. It's a way to use thrusting damage without actually having a thrusting weapon. And a couple shields. Obviously sells basic ammo. He also sells the Titanite shards you would need for the smithing. Yeah, we need to bring him an ember before he can do that. Now, take note of the fact that you can upgrade the Drake Sword, but it takes 10,000 souls and a dragon scale to upgrade this. Just to show the difference between that and everything else. And as you can see, even these broken straight swords actually do upgrade in a reasonable capacity. Like, they go up by 4 points. It is a percentage increase, I do believe. Which is why things like the Zweihander and the Great Axe go up by more than most weapons. Might even be straight up 10% just about. Considering this goes up by 7 and this goes up by 11. Yeah, it probably is 10%. So for the price you're paying, that is a sizable upgrade. You can also learn a gesture from him. Hurrah! Good times by all. And he'll also repair your stuff for you, as you'd expect from a smith. Which, other than repair powder, he would be your only way of repairing if you didn't buy the repair box.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
Guess I'm eating some consumable souls because the game just kind of ate my souls on me. Like, I'm genuinely annoyed enough about that I may look into a save editor between sessions to get that 11,000 back that just got deleted.
Well, hello again. You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged?
because there's very little difference between these weapons, but one has a thrusting option and one doesn't, and Broadsword does start off slightly stronger. But I will take the basic longsword. I was debating one of the smith boxes, but we can come back for that later. There we go. A longsword plus 3 should serve me well.
Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
The idea behind that being I will not need to rely on the Drake sword as much. Now, down below, there's that. That's something we're not dealing with right now. But I just wanted y'all to know that that exists. And that I know that that exists. Because that is one of many paths you can take. Oh yeah, you need to unhollow to kindle as well. We'll worry about that later. Speaking of things we're not going to do yet, there's this big old place. Which just seems oh so interesting, doesn't it? With its slight different coloration, its very square architecture. This gentleman. A lot of people's favorite character.
Oh, forgive me. I was absorbed in thought. I am Siegmeyer of Katarina. Quite honestly, I've run flat up against a wall. Or a gate, I should say. The thing just won't budge, no matter how long I wait. And oh, have I waited. So here I sit, in quite a pickle, weighing my options, so to speak.
Yeah, it's an understandable problem considering there's no levers or anything to open this door.
Still closed. Still closed.
Yeah, he'll just kind of chill here.
Still closed.
Ponder the door. It's actually kind of similar to a situation in, I think it was Kingsfield 4. There was a gentleman that hung out in front of a door, just going about it until the door opened. Though the difference being that man, I believe, convinced himself that that he somehow opened the door. I don't remember how Siegmeyer reacts off the top of my head. Yeah, this longsword essentially is functionally the same as the short sword, but longer, and does more damage. As one would expect from basically just a different sword. And now we have a different base of operations to work from. I was half expecting the souls to have just magically reappeared. Is there always a third knight there? And that's why those guys are dangerous still. Because they dole out a lot of damage, they just can't take it that well once you have a real weapon like this. Not that they could take it too well before either. But it takes like a solid one less swing, which is always good. After all, when your stamina's limited, the less attacks you have to do, the better. Hey, remember that wooden bridge I didn't cross? That's right here. We could have been here at the smith a very long time ago. Just think about that. If I had taken the different route, we might have avoided my 11,000 souls getting deleted. It's really gonna bug me what happened there, but it is what. Let's go back to the shrine, because I want to double check there and make sure it didn't, like, get dropped next to the bonfire and I just didn't notice. Not to mention, I think there's something we can do here at this point of the game as well. And I don't want to forget to do that because it would be beneficial to us. Because there's other parts of this area we did not go to that I'm only just now remembering. Unless I'm getting it crossed between the various shrines? Am I the only one who just heard a death? So I swear I just heard combat, unless I'm just really tripping out because of the grass making noise. Oh, well, what do you know? He got out on his own. Oh, did I... Oh, I might have fucked up. Something I was trying to avoid may have occurred anyway. Oh no. Yeah, she cannot speak, but she can use Firekeeper souls to reinforce Restus.
You? How dare you come prancing about? I have nothing to say. Be gone from my sight.
So yeah, he gets out regardless of whether you free him or not. I forgot about that aspect. If I'd remembered that he got out on his own, I would have just released him myself. Oh well. He can whine at me all he wants. That's interesting now, isn't it? What would be snoring around here? I don't think we can actually follow that information up at the moment. But perhaps it's a hint towards what the Bells of Awakening are doing. Put it that way. Yes. That should be enough of a hint without giving everything away. So we have some options in front of us. We can either go past the thing that was slinging lightning at us, which I don't think is a direction I really have any business going nor want to go. We can... I think there's another way to go down past here. Yeah, down here. This is not a direction I particularly want to go, either. But this is, in fact, a place you can go. You can quite literally go here right at the beginning, considering this door is open and everything. And you know, I may as well show this off at the very least. Yeah. Cheerful place, isn't it? Still can't kill these in one hit, huh? That's upsetting. The New Londo Ruins. A place we really don't want to be right now. But you know what? there is something we can benefit from around here. That I can probably get away with. Presuming that I can remember how to get to it. Oh yeah, the master key also opens some doors here. This is a place we very much don't want to be, but hey look, the Valley of the Drakes. You can just get here right away. Isn't that lovely? Like, that's the neat thing about this game, and I want to say the other ones in the series as well, that you can just kind of jump ahead to some places. Like, as long as you know how to get somewhere, you can just go there for the most part, outside of a couple specific ones that have specific things blocking them. Yeah, got a load of those fellows. I'm sure this won't end poorly for me if I try to fight them. As my magic does, like, no damage to them. And we died instantly. You'll notice they also would have poisoned me. So yeah, that's why you don't want to be there. But I figured I'd show just how strong things down there are. Now, going to the Valley of the Drakes was not the reason I went and poked my head down there and talked about that. That was just something I happened to remember on the fly. Okay, you can also just kind of hop down here if you lose track of where the entrance is. I do want to go back down to the New Londo ruins, though, because I do want to try to find the thing I was talking about, if I can remember where it was. And of course, having died down there, the elevator's still down there, so we gotta wait for it to come back up. Though I really should go looking for better sorceries very soon as well. Solero's lovely and all, but especially since I'm not focusing my intelligence up, it's really gonna start falling off very soon. As you saw with how it was working out against those large fellows. Which we can at least go get our souls back. We're not in immediate danger here. And with where I died, I think I'm far enough back that I can grab that without it being an issue. Yeah. The dramatic lighting shifts are also just kind of funny. I believe... yeah, I think we can walk on down these ways as well. This is me being too curious for my own good. Yeah, that really has great vibes of me being too curious for my own good. I say as I go running over to the thing that I probably shouldn't go touch. Mine? Okay, at least I got two things before I got eviscerated. See, I was debating there. I'm like, is that alive? Is it not? Turns out it is. But we did get the Dragon Crest shield. Also, 100% physical protection, very good fire protection, not so good against magic and lightning. Less stability than our shield as well. Oh yeah, and we didn't really look at the Knight Shield, but the Knight Shield is ironically enough just inferior to the Hollow Soldier Shield in every way, aside from if you whack somebody with it. The advantage being it is one less strength to utilize properly. But I think we might actually put the Dragon Crest Shield on. It's a very minor loss in the resistances that we're losing, but it is half a weight unit down, and it just looks so much better. And we also got the Astora Straight Sword, which I didn't realize was there. High quality weapon with a powerful blessing. You'll notice the auxiliary effect down there of that ring. I don't remember what that means. Oh, right, I can't use this anyway. I need faith to use this. But this is a physical and magic sword, which if you're going faith is probably incredibly good, because it doesn't take that much of any stat to use. And it gives you access to magic damage, which faith isn't really about doing too much. Faith is more about the lightning damage, for the most part. So, not as exciting as I would hope. Great potential to have been a useful weapon if it wasn't a faith scaling sword. Now, I would assume, rather. I was gonna say I seem to recall, but I've not actually interacted with that dragon at all. Well, Drake, presumably. I never actually ventured into the Valley of the Drakes when I played this in the past. I poked my head in, took one look down that tunnel and got my shit pushed in from what I remember, and then I never went back there ever again. I started trying to actually, like, follow the game's proper progression instead of nosing my way into places I don't belong. But obviously today we're gonna continue nosing where I don't belong. Because I'm feeling reckless. I'm also going the wrong way. I just realized I autopiloted over here instead of where I wanted to be. Because I want to see if I can sneak up to where that thing is sleeping. A, to see if it's still asleep, and B, get my souls back and try to get that third thing that was sitting there to see if that's a useful item or not. I just, like, out of pure habit ran back up to the Undead Parish. Yeah, there is a specific NPC I do want to find sooner rather than later, as he will teach me new sorceries. And I need new sorceries. Well, need may be a strong word, but it would be very nice to have. I also clearly got my placement mixed up, but I think I know where the place I thought was right down here is. Because, believe it or not, for all that I'm scared of the new Londo Ruins and the Valley of Drakes, there was a scarier place that I thought I was walking into. But I remember now, there's not an elevator to get there. You just walk in there and you are just suddenly in trouble in the place that I'm thinking of. And I think it's actually over where the skeletons are that you get to that. I believe that's still all connected to the same hub attached to the Firelink Shrine. I do not remember for certain, though. Now, there's a very specific reason here in particular that I'm not venturing out into all of that. And I don't think I'm going to explain it right now. I'm torn as to whether to explain that right now or not. Though I think I will go stick my head over there just because now that I've mentioned it. Yep, they're up and awake. So I'm probably not getting my stuff back. Or that other thing. Unless I'm really fast. Soul of a Proud Knight, huh? Well, a Knight Soul is pretty good, I think. It also just spews goo everywhere. I'm not a fan. Okay, so we're not going back into the Valley of the Drakes now because I don't think we're getting past... Well, then again, we only got stopped there by the fact that I stopped to do the pickup animation. And honestly, I probably could get past that thing and see what's on the other side. But it's only 960 souls. And we very clearly don't belong there. And that is... I'm telling y'all right now, neither of these places I'm toying around with are the way to Blighttown. In case you're wondering, neither of those are relevant to going to Blighttown. But you know what? Let me show you guys why I do not like going down here into the New Londo ruins. Allow me to demonstrate the problem. Not only is it just kind of concerning in general around here, as you can see, with the thin platforms and the everything being underwater. There are bad things here. Bad things aplenty. Bad things we do at least have some natural advantage in dealing with. That. Oh, never mind. Magic doesn't work on them. Uh-oh. I had it backwards. As you might imagine, ghosts are physical immune. I thought they could be hurt by magic. We need to go. We need to leave. Right now. There's not shit I can do to them. Got an S-Stock, though. So there is a specific item I believe you need to use in order to hurt those ghosts. But I could have swore it was either like magic or faith or something that bypassed the need for that. Because I remember being able to hit them and my friend was like, what? But how are you hitting these? I can't hit them. And it was a whole thing. As you can see, though, the S-Stock is not necessarily a useful weapon to us because it is yet again a thrusting sword. So it's primarily for dexterity. And our dexterity started off higher than our strength, so if I came down here immediately and went and got this, our path could have shifted and we could have actually been using dexterity this whole time. Because it is a nifty weapon, but you'll notice it is only slightly better than a rapier. You just get a different moveset, which can be kind of useful. I could have swore there was something right in the early part of this place, though, that I wanted. Or at least wanted to show off. I know what I'm doing looks weird, but just trust. If I'm remembering correctly, this is relevant. No, I'm clearly remembering incorrectly, or that's something that might change somewhere along the way. I could have swore there was like a window in the wall here somewhere with someone we could talk to. Clearly, I'm remembering incorrectly. At the very least, like, I'm remembering where that is incorrectly. Don't go that way. That's how you fall to death. I mean, I guess we could try to just, like, juke the ghosts for fun. Just double checking. No holes in the wall. Huh. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong place. I just swore it was here, though. Because I remember when that whole sequence of not being able to deal with the ghosts happened, it was because we came here looking for something in particular. Oh, there we go. That's the thing you need. The transient curse. I forgot they give some of you those here. Temporary curse allows engagement with ghosts. The only way to fight back against ghosts who are cursed beings is to become cursed oneself. The safest method, however dreadful, is to cut off an arm of the dead. So yeah, you have a temporary means of dealing with the things here. Now, I'm gonna see about just not doing that right now. I'm just gonna run through and try to snag some stuff. Because, you know, ghosts are scary to begin with. But ghosts you can't hurt are scarier. As is typical of ghosts, they also don't care about terrain too much. But fun fact, they're solid enough to you that they can block your path, I seem to recall. That's the way down. We missed an item already, but I kind of had to boogie. Ow. That's not something I needed, but you know what? I got it. Yep, there's the death. So yeah, this is why you don't go fucking around in the new Londo ruins. It's full of ghosts. Really, really fucking haunted. But parrying dagger. This dagger is useful after parrying and is normally equipped in the left hand, a favorite of the Knights of Karim, who are famous for fighting without a shield. So if you want a means of parrying without the weight of a shield, you now can do that, because you have a half-weight weapon right there that you can use to deflect things with. You cannot really block with it, as you might expect. But you can also attack with it. But as you saw there, needs dexterity. Now, if I just remember where the skeletons were a moment, I might be able to do something else. Oh, that's right, yeah, the skeletons were over this way. We went running through here away from them. Yeah, there we go. Now for a demonstration. Wakey wakey, bag of bones. Bring it on. A demonstration of me timing things poorly. I was not anticipating the second one doing the jump attack too. I thought he was gonna stay back a bit. I also shouldn't have went for the heavy attack. That was a bad decision. Admittedly, saying bring it on to a pair of skeletons who have whooped me in the past, also not my finest of decisions. But that's neither here nor there. You can also tell how infrequently I use this Morning Star because I do not know its speeds. Or that lack thereof, more accurately. Particularly well. Oh, that does a lot less than I thought it would. That's a problem with my plan to begin with, then. I could have swore that blunt damage actually mattered against the skeletons. Clearly, I am incorrect. Either that or we are just too fucking weak. Or does the Morning Star not count as blunt? That might be a weird situation that I need to double check. That I cannot double check while I'm in the middle of fighting a pair of angry skeletons. One skeleton down. So that is one advantage, is if you hit them properly, they collapse. And you can just kind of chain collapse them like that. That's why I went for the heavy attack before. Just gotta not be too early or too late, basically. No, it is strike damage and counts as a hammer. I am confusion. Maybe I'm just getting my games wrong, and they don't actually have a weakness to strike damage at all, then. There is an item we missed over here. Take note of the bones. Yeah, because my sword is doing quite literally the same damage that the Morning Star was. Also take note that there are some variations to the skeletons. We got the big sword skeleton, for example, here. Well, larger sword skeleton. There's definitely one larger, as we saw down by where the Zweihander was. Oh, there we go. This is also why I came back down here with a stronger weapon. Is because regardless of any weaknesses and such, you could actually deal with them if your weapon's buffed up enough. I'm pretty sure there is something else down here that I didn't take note of. Like, there's that item there, but that's not what I'm actually looking for. Should probably just grab that. Catechus round shield. Thankfully, as you can see, you can kind of tangle them up on each other as long as you're smart and just keep stunning one of them. And then, of course, you know, once you're down to a one-on-one fight, you just keep stunning them with heavy attacks. One would not think a thrusting attack would work against a skeleton particularly well, but it works well enough. And obviously these guys aren't worth much because they've been sitting here rotting for God knows how long. Not to mention, you know, they're just bones. What you're getting, I presume, is what little bit of soul is left to animate the bones. This is not where I want to be either. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Gonna regret doing this, but I want to show it off. Let's deal with you first. Nope, nope, he's backing off. He's done. He's not interested. Welcome to the catacombs. Population, more skeletons. And you may have noticed some floating skulls down there. Did I say down there? I meant up here. The skulls explode. Isn't that fun? Isn't that just delightful? Oh, and fun fact about the catacomb skeletons. They get back up. Now you see why I didn't want to be down here? Yeah. This place is bad news. More so than your average place in Dark Souls. Like, here in the New Londo Ruins are probably the two places I want to be the least. I am being really greedy and foolish by doing what I'm doing, because I don't remember the routing in this place. But I'm gonna fucking go for it. Touch, 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 touch. I can't touch it because there's an enemy. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. Yeah, you need to deal with the fire thrower to grab the bonfire. I forgot he was down there. Because like I said, I don't really know the catacombs that well. And yeah, we're not going back down there right now. Just wanted you all to see why the catacombs are bad. They are, not fun. Of course, now I need to remember how to get where I actually want to be going. I think it might actually be attached to the undead. Yeah, because they told us... Actually, let me go ahead and just talk to the guy in blue, because he'll probably remind me of exactly what I was going to be talking about.
Why, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to make it. Oh, somebody rang the bell. Wait, was it you? You never give up, do you? I don't know how you do it. Well, don't stop now. Only one more. But it's going to be suicide. Ah, your face. You're practically hollow. But who knows? Going hollow could solve quite a bit.
Isn't he just a cheerful fellow? This is why I didn't talk to him
What?
before.
Restoring your humanity? Well, there are a few ways to go about it. Collected bit by bit from corpses. Or you can butter up a cleric and get yourself summoned. And the quickest way, although I'd never do it, is to kill a healthy undead and pillage its humanity. Coveting thy neighbor is only human, after all.
The concept of healthy undead is an interesting one.
What are you looking at? Don't try anything clever. You might regret it.
You notice he doesn't... Oh, no, he does have a weapon there, or at least a sheath of one. It's kind of clipped inside him, so it's kind of hard to tell that he's armed.
Don't you ever think to forge your weapons? You'd better find a smith box soon, unless you enjoy swinging about with blunt instruments.
He is basically like a tip source.
What's wrong? Get a bit of a scare out there? No problem. Have a seat and get comfortable. We'll both be hollow before you know it.
I think he's not going to give me the dialogue that I was talking about because I skipped it earlier.
Well, what are you going to do? I've already decided. I don't really care. I'm simply crestfallen.
Yeah, I want to say he's quite literally listed in the code as Crestfallen Knight.
How did that silly sorcerer's apprentice end up? You know, the one always prattling on about Master Logan. He left for the Undead Burg, but never came back. Serves him right. If even old Big Hat can't make it out there, what chance does he have? I hope he enjoys his new life as a hollow.
That's the one I'm looking for.
Hmm? What now? I'm not up for chatting. Leave me alone.
Okay, yeah, I can't get the piece of information I wanted. But he did give me a reminder that there was still more work to be done in the Undead Burg. Because if the young sorcerer's apprentice went to the Undead Burg, we want to be back there. Because that sorcerer's apprentice is someone we want to know. After all, we're a sorcerer ourselves. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use this elevator to go back to the parish and work backwards from there. Because I believe the area where I want to get to is connected to there too? Or am I barking up the wrong tree? I may be barking up the wrong tree entirely. But if I'm going to be going through these guys, I'm to bring back the Drake Sword. It'll go quicker. Sure is key against these guys. Considering, you know, it one-shots them as long as it hits properly. Makes getting through them a breeze, comparatively. But we can go back to our longsword now, so we can still use our shield. We shouldn't need too much else for dealing with the rest of the rabble here. Especially since I'm probably not going to really be dealing with the rabble. What I would like to do is go back down that ladder. I do believe that we left back here where the rats and everything live. That door, I believe, is also of some relevance to us. The gate we just passed. Yes, the enemies are coming down the ladder after us, so we gotta fucking boogie. Yep, I got pincered there. That's the risk about trying to rush through this area going this way. I think I might be better served taking the other way around. I thought for some reason when you do the return trip that guy's not there on that ledge anymore. What I should have done was at the very least kill the rats, though. That would have solved most of the problem. Anyway, coming through. Yeah, places to be, people to see, things to do other than killing you. So this is a don't open from this side situation, right? Yeah. It'll be a nice bit of palate cleanse to clean out the path through here again anyway with our stronger weapon. Where the fuck? Did you follow me all the way up here? I have to assume he did. Because I don't think I missed a guy on the way through. I think he just very slowly trailed me up here, as enemies in this game are wont to do sometimes. Of course, the downside to a better weapon is much more recklessness on my part. Oh, I remembered a thing. So, remember how I said I don't have a use for humanity? That's not actually true. Because if I remember right, now that I think about it again, I do believe the use for humanity outside of multiplayer is... that's what you kindle fires with. That only just now popped back into my brain after all of this. And yeah, actually, I think that one of the paths we want is past that. Sir? Stop it. Thanks for another waste cloth, I guess. Oh, we never did open this box. Okay, yep. Black fire bombs. Another in the long line of reasons why you never really want to pick those as your starting item unless you're aiming to defeat the Asylum Demon the first time you run into it. 'Cause they're real handy for that. Wouldn't really suggest bothering with them for anything else. Though most of the starting gifts really become irrelevant pretty quickly, in my opinion. Something I think I can do, if fucking running and jumping was a little better in this game. It might not let me do this, but I'm gonna try something here. Why won't you sprint properly in here? Why are you stupid? Nope, you can't clear that. Okay. There might be like a trick for clearing that, but I wanted to be cheeky and see if it would let me do that. Turns out. There's the merry band of miscreants again. We never did turn around and deal with these jokers, the ones who are always throwing bombs at me. Fucker set himself on fire to try to set me on fire. Oh, nope, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. Oh, that's bad. And again, with more fire bombs. All because that fucking guy had to follow me up the ladder. That whole thing nearly went to hell in a handbasket. Good thing we didn't panic, though. If we panicked, we would have lost that immediately. And it wasn't worth it, by the way. So that shouldn't come as a shock to anybody. Is this anything? Could you fucking not? How many of you clowns are gonna follow me over here? Okay, this is something. Don't think it actually goes anywhere. But it legally qualifies as something. This would actually be like a fun spot to snipe at them from with a bow or something. Because you would like shoot the guys that are over there. Or from here. And as it stands, all it did was snap my ankles a bit. All your friends abandoned you. Real shame for you, bud. I think this might be what I want. Well, say what I want is a strong word. What I'm looking for might be the correct answer. Looking for, thinking about, all of those would be correct. 2 for 1 special. Because yeah, going up here is where we went just a bit ago. Though I didn't go down this way. Is this the one with the bad, or is this the other one? Because there's more than one of these towers. And one of them has something very unfortunate at the bottom of it. Actually, is it the bottom or the top of the one tower that I'm thinking about that's bad news? Because there's one of these that you... Nope, it's the bottom of this one. Hi, Havel. How you doing, bud? Bye! That is a case of not dealing with that right now. Oh, but he's dealing with me right now, apparently. Okay, guess we're gonna try for that door then. I don't remember if I can open that door, but we're about to learn. Because if he's out of position, it's worth giving it a shot. He's also really fast for somebody wearing that much big armor, I gotta tell you. Oh yeah, the master key works on this door, sweet. Welcome to Darkroot Basin, another place we don't belong right now. He also can't fit through that door, apparently. So yeah. That was Havel the Rock, I'm pretty sure, and he does a great job of making you go squish. The armor attached to him, though, very, very good. I believe it makes you more or less unbreakable in terms of poise. I believe is the attraction of it. People use it just for fat tanking their way through most things. Yeah, I'm doing a real great job of showing you guys all kinds of places I don't want to be right now. I'm not supposed to be in these places right now. Because it's full of things like this. And that should be all of the information you need about why I don't belong here right now. Hi, big man. Bye, big man. Gotta go. Gotta go right now. Gotta go right now. Gotta run before I go squish. I don't wanna be here anymore. I don't wanna be down with Havel. Don't wanna be anywhere near him. 'Cause he's gonna kick my ass. He, as you can tell, is quite persistent. Pretty sure he's still chasing me. Yep, still chasing me. If you considered fucking not... This is inconvenient. I'm getting pushed farther over here than I want to be, because I don't think I want to be back in the parish for where I'm trying to get to. But maybe there's a side step somewhere around here that I forgot about. I guess I should check anyway. Oh right, the basement key. Right, it is just right here. God damn it. This isn't quite what I was looking for, but this is a place. This is an angle we could take. That just goes to show how well I remembered. I forgot completely that we got the basement key. Because we went through a lot ever since I picked that up. Okay, no, this is in the right direction, I think. Actually. I don't think this is the right direction for one of the things I'm thinking about, but I think it is the right direction for another one. This is also the other side of that door that I tried to jump to. So now we have ready access back down here. Or from that angle. Which is gonna be important. Welcome to the Lower Undead Burg. Population dogs, misery, and pain. This is not a place you want to be on a good day. And let me tell you, for this town, this ain't a good day. In case you couldn't tell from the things being on fire and the streets being empty other than corpses. Hey look, speaking of corpses, I dropped one of those guys down there.
Please let me out of here. Somebody, anybody, help me. Unlock the door. Damn, I'm finished. How did this ever happen?
You the one I'm looking for? Yeah, of course it's locked. Guess I don't have the right key for that. I thought that was one of the ones the master key worked on, but maybe I need specifically the residence key for that one then. That is annoying. Oh yeah, these fire bearers are dangerous. Remember when I talked about observing your surroundings and paying attention? Yeah. Didn't check my back on that one and got lit up for it. Even worse, I didn't touch the bonfire, apparently, up in the Burg. Way to go, me. Proud of you. Fucking A+ work. You might be thinking, why do I keep checking down the tunnels in there? There's a reason. I won't elaborate, but there's a reason. Future things. Hashtag just future things. I hate how slow our get up and go is. So our get up and go fucking got up and went. Base, you can't touch me anymore. I called base. The best part is, in addition to resetting them and bringing them back to life, it resets them to their original positions, so they just forget I ever existed. Importantly, they forget they were ever chasing me. Coming through, boys. Got places to be, people to see. I got a lower Burg to go back to. That all went very nearly the worst. Not that it went great regardless, but, you know, could have gone infinitely worse. Here, doggy, doggy, doggy. Here we go doing this again. Oh, god damn it. Didn't you guys turn around? Could have swore I saw them turn around. I guess I saw them janking out more than actually turning around. Could you fucking quit it? That works. I asked them to quit it and they jumped in the fire. You know, I don't know what else I could possibly have asked for. Why is my corpse here? Huh. No, that's not the question. And then again, it is right around the corner from... Wow, you know, this really just sucks, huh? Wakey wakey. Booga booga. Really? Woo! Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna hit him. Stop that. You gotta be careful getting close to those guys, because if they've got their torch forward, you will just hurt yourself approaching them. And of course, they've got the flail that all of these jerky boys have. Except it's much more dangerous, because not only does it go much more forward, but it hits harder, as you saw there, because the torch really hurts. Turns out, undead no likey fire. Of course you fucking waited for me to swing, you rat bastard. More twin humanities. So yeah, in case it wasn't clear, this area's kind of nasty. And it is most definitely, I would say, harder than the other path. Like, I would say it's pretty safe to say your order of operations is what I did. Go up top, then go down here. And it's also the same order I've seen just about anybody I've seen play this do this in. Outside of, like, one reckless person I saw go down here first. That was a very silly idea. Well, not quite first. They had to go get the basement key to come down here. Behold, thieves! They were waiting in all the houses for some poor sap like us to come walking through. They also have a parry. Isn't that great for them? Look how big that knife that's sticking out of me is. Camera. Camera is not really neat. Okay. Fancy flips and shit don't save you when I'm ripping you in half. Okay. Thankfully, these houses are also containing loot, like the mail breaker, another offhand weapon. I believe you could also use it as a primary, if you really want to. It really does just look like another parrying dagger, if I'm honest. Yep, I was gonna say, don't I get jumped again? Basically, in this section of the game, if you see doors, get ready to get fucked over, because you're gonna get fucked over. That's fine. Came out of that with more health left anyway. Let's see. Force him to back off and then I can heal. They can, of course, heal just like everybody else. It's basically anything that is a hollow of more than just, like, the very most basic jerky men can heal. After all, an Estus is a undead's favorite thing. But thankfully, you can also use that to your advantage by baiting them into making a bad decision, like healing in front of somebody who's about to jam a sword through their heart. So, not all bad. Oh, this was a dog trap. I knew one of these was a trap. I didn't think it was this one for some reason. Which, of course, is why that one was a trap. It may be that that dog was supposed to have come in with the other group. Oh, that's a bad fog wall to see. There's the entire thief gear set, by the way, which kind of makes it arguably pointless to ever start as a thief. So you do find, I believe, every class's gear set eventually. This fog wall, though. This fog wall's bad times. Forget, is there a bonfire down here that I can use? Also taking a look to see if the thief armor is at all useful to us. Answer is, I think, somewhat. I think it might be worth mixing. Really? That's got better magic defense? Huh. Definitely better bleed resist. Thing is, it is heavier. So I do think a mix is warranted. At least we got rid of the dumb hat. I didn't like the hat. You're trying to bait me. I know bait when I see it. Uh-huh. No smart thief stands by himself in the middle of a random alley. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm making a big assumption thinking he's a smart thief. It still seemed safe to say that that was a trap. Okay, there's an item down that way. There's another staircase there. Door here. I'm quite well aware that it is locked, in fact, yes. That is why I was checking. I was checking to see if my keys worked. Turns out they don't. Alright. Jerk alert. You'll notice it's one of the jerky men, given a short bow. Whee! Splat. Yeah, that's one of the places I'm looking for, but let's not go in there and meet. Every time I'm like, let's not do that yet. The other path I want to take doesn't exist. I got a really far away talk prompt for you. Also, I had the wrong waterway. I thought you were in the other one.
You still have your senses about you. Then why won't you buy some of my moss? I need your souls.
You are useful. You're weird, but you're useful. Because not only do they sell pine resins, transient curses, and a little bit of humanity. So I believe they have a limited stock on these humanity charges. They're also very expensive, but that's neither here nor there. Young pies, of course. Poison throwing knives. And the thing they were talking about is all these moss clumps, which are good for reducing a variety of negative statuses. Which the poison and toxin being separate things is something you may want to keep in mind. But for our purposes right now, I'm actually not... Well, I'm gonna grab a couple purple moss, I suppose. I don't really need the bleeding one. The thing about bleeding is it's not a constant damage, you just lose a chunk of health if the bleeding meter fills. So there's only so much to do about that, really. You're better off just having better resist, in my opinion, for that, rather than worrying about doing something about it in the moment. Because if you're getting hit with bleed buildup, you're probably gonna just eat the damage. Hi guys, how you doing? So this may seem like a weird place to have ended up. But that's because, you know that door that could only open from one way? Yeah, we just opened that one-way door, because that's the rat that I was talking about at the beginning that I kept blasting with magic. Ta-da! It was the same waterway, but not at the same time. And we have opened up yet another shortcut. This one, not exactly the most advantageous, I would say, but it is useful. And you might be thinking, why was I worried about having a little bit of bleed protection? I mean, a little bit of poison protection, rather. Oh, you know. Things, stuff, reasons. Things I know that I don't want to talk about yet. That kind of reasons. Things I don't particularly want to think about yet. I'm gonna regret doing this, aren't I? Over under on losing these souls doing this. Pretty high odds. Hey, tell you what. We'll come back in a minute. Is there something else I want to quickly do as well, now that I've given it a second more thought? Is I am now concerned about a potential thing. So I'm going to make a potentially stupid purchase. I say potentially stupid because it depends on if I'm thinking correctly here or not. And I could easily be wrong. But I'm going to do a bit of bed hedging here, since we've got the spare souls on hand right now anyway. Making sure that the guy behind the curtain there isn't coming after me. Okay. So I don't want this guy getting caught in the crossfire.
Still keeping your marbles all together?
Relatively
Go
speaking.
ahead, don't be a nitwit. Never hurts to splurge when your days are numbered.
Is what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy the residence key. So I don't know if that is why I couldn't open that one door that I wanted to open where the guy was complaining about being trapped. Now, do I have any other use for you? I don't really think I have too much other reason to have you around, honestly. I don't think I want anything else that he's selling. It would be nice to have a source of ammo.
Thank you kindly.
You get to live. Because thinking about it, what I'd get from that isn't something I would use anyway. So I'll just go ahead and say it outright. I was debating killing him, as you probably could guess. The thing you get from killing him is a katana. A specific named katana. And it is quite useful. But it takes a lot of dexterity to use, as you'd expect from a katana. So it doesn't help us. Now I can use the Drake Sword in one hand, which will allow me to actually use my shield, which could be a game changer in what we're about to do. Also, bottomless box. I don't think there's a sell things capability in this game. Get rid of these stupid broken swords. Some of these spare weapons that I'm never gonna use. The extra shields. Make our life a little bit easier. Now the important question is, do I use this bonfire for getting there? The answer is I don't think so. I think I actually use the bonfire back at the hub, because I'll be able to use more Estus. Without having to kindle this one. It's gonna involve some shenanigans, but there's shenanigans involved either way. And the wise ones among you may be looking at what I'm doing and going, why hasn't this man raised his health at all? The answer to that being, that would be what a smart person would be doing. I am a reckless fool who is too focused on hurting my enemy to worry about keeping myself alive. This is known. This is how I do. This is also what's going to get me in trouble, though, and I fully acknowledge that. Well, either come on over here and die, or go away. I don't have all day. There. Those two are probably the ones that were keeping me from activating this. Yep. Okay. I do almost have enough for a level, so I guess... see about just... making that happen. We're gonna have a little bit of leftover, but it'll be less leftover than before. There. Despite what I was just talking about. See, I raised my health bar. Notice how a level of that just raises it like one notch. It's not a lot. You need to put a fair amount of points into vitality for the health bar to look appreciably bigger, in my opinion. And that starts to really cut into your results in terms of getting any other stats to grow in a way that will be useful to you. Fuck's sake. Somehow, I keep getting set on fire, and I don't appreciate it. Don't activate the rat. The rat is the wrong direction. Yeah, thankfully we can just run down this tunnel, and this gets us most of the way back to that fog wall, compared to going the other way. Also, look, we can actually use it one-handed now. I can use my shield. Yay! It's gonna be important. It's gonna be so important, probably. Fuck you. I seriously considered just booting him off of there, but I would end up getting hurt doing that. Get a load of this Joker, just staring, expecting me to show up over there. I'm gonna get him. That poor sap's gonna come walking down this way. I'm gonna get him. Never see it coming. How do I hear somebody creeping on me? Oh god, my ass! Anyway. No. Just, yeah, the fog wall's literally right there. So... up the old health, even though we're gonna be down a flask. Trust me when I say we're not gonna end up using all 9 of these in there anyway. Especially when I forget that the dogs existed. Oh, fucking dogs, man. About to get worse, too. Meet the Capra Demon. The thing I was talking about that I feel is worse than the gargoyles for dealing with is you are trapped in this tiny little room with him and 2 dogs. So that's how most fights with the Capra Demon go. You either die instantly or you win. That's pretty much the Capra Demon fight in a nutshell. It sucks. Like, if there were ever a fight I would argue is poorly designed in this game, more so than me just being annoyed at it and yelling that one. Because you are forced into horrendous close quarters with something very powerful, and they have extra enemies for some fucking reason. Like, that fight is just genuinely a case of why, though. Like, don't get me wrong, eliminating the dog doesn't take long. You hit it once, especially with something like the Drake Sword, it's over. That problem's taken care of. But you may have also noticed that I had my guard up, and he just crunched me straight into the floor. is I seem to recall he just does such a heavy hit with that vertical slam that shielding is useless against that. Is it just chews right through your stamina. I believe you have to have like really high poise / really high stamina to handle that one. The shield is more for the dog and the trip there. Okay, let's try this again. I got stuck on the fucking corpses. The good news is you'll notice we kind of caught him with a glancing blow and took a solid chunk off him. His health isn't that high. That's the one thing that arguably makes this more fair, is he doesn't have that much health compared to other bosses. The move I remember doing for this is you get past the dogs and you get up those stairs fast. And then you fight from a position of advantage as best you can. The reversal of that situation before where having the high ground was a disadvantage for my enemies, it is now going to be potentially our only hope. Okay, yeah, the heavy attack is a wide swing. That's what I thought. I would like to kill the Capra Demon before we end for the day. Ideally. Because we are getting close to end time. Arguably, we're past end time, technically, because usually we only do 4 hours-ish, and I had intended to be kind of short today, but we've been doing well enough that I kind of just want to take advantage of that success as much as possible. But yeah, remember when I said there was going to be a sticking point when I chose magic? This is the sticking point. The Capra Demon. Because you can't really take full advantage of magic here. Are you fucking kidding me? This fucking dog, man. Most effective dog in the goddamn world. All because he happened to be at the exact right height for me to have trouble hitting him. It's a good thing I don't need all my flasks for this. This is why I have the extra ones from coming from the hub. Now, mind you, as you see there, the Capra Demon can come up the stairs after you. The idea being you kind of loop him a bit. Except I'm fucking stuck on the dog again because I can't get a swing. The dogs are what make this fight so ass. Having any help would make that fight significantly easier, but I don't even know if you can actually, like, even if we were playing the remaster and had access to people being summoned in terms of players, I don't even know if you can summon people for the Capra Demon. I don't know if that's a summonable spot or not. I could have swore there was an issue with that where you actually couldn't summon people there. But I'm more than likely remembering wrong. Because for some reason in my mind's eye, I can also picture that little bridge section covered in summoning signs. But the idea I would figure behind bringing somebody to the Capra Demon fight is then you have somebody to fight the dogs. Like, either you focus the dogs and then your ally fights the Capra Demon long enough for you to have dealt with them, or vice versa. However you wish to handle that would be the thought. down. Like, I wouldn't even think that the Capra Demon fight's terrible if the dogs didn't exist. But not only does he have such good fucking coverage, but you don't get any breathing space because the dogs are so fast. And we can't even get the music playing because the second they start kicking in with the I'm probably dead. It also doesn't really help that both your run back options for this place are a decent bit of distance. Like, this is a fairly lengthy run back, and this is the shorter of the two, I'm pretty confident. At the very least, it's the path of less enemies, because you only have to go through 2 thieves and a pair of dogs. Whereas the other way, I think it's a bunch of soldiers, a bunch of thieves, and those 2 dogs still. I should know, because the other path was the way I usually went to get back to this fight over and fucking over again. So while I'm here, before I go bash my head against the Capra Demon again, let me test something. I want to see if that key I grabbed actually does anything, because I immediately forgot to actually follow that thought up. This is going to burn some Estus, but as I've demonstrated, Estus doesn't really matter against the Capra Demon. Especially with a health bar like ours, where he basically near one-shots us. I saw that coming, and yet I walked right into it anyway, hoping that I would get the timing to work around it. I have made mistakes. I have fucked up so badly. That's fine, I got the heal off. Fucking bleed! Okay. Recovered. Does this key work? Yep, the residence key works on this. And there's the guy I was looking for.
Brilliant. You opened the door for me. Thank you. I'm saved. I thought I might never escape. I am Griggs of Vinheim, a sorcerer of the school. I am much obliged for your assistance. Thanks to you, I may now resume my travels. Oh, hello. I'm fine. I will rest a while, then return to Firelink Shrine. I have my sorcery, and I will be more cautious next time. Besides, I have an important task at hand.
Yeah, don't get locked in a room this time, okay, bud?
Oh, hello.
I won't be able to save you every time.
I will rest a while, then return to Firelink Shrine. I have my sorcery, and I will be more cautious next time. Besides, I have an important task at hand.
And there's the entire Sorcerer set, and a Sorcerer Catalyst, if you didn't already have one. So, that solves that. So I am very tempted to go back to Firelink. In fact, I think I will before we go tangle with the Capra Demon again. Because he'll be there waiting for us. And we'll see what sorceries I can snag. As I figure out where he's hanging around. He'll be hanging around somewhere. You up here with these guys? No? You over with the cleric? Maybe over with the cleric. No? Did he not get to Firelink yet? Did I go too fast? Sometimes these people can be hard to find because they're just like in a random spot. Case in point.
Oh, hello. I regret meeting you under such compromising circumstances. At least we both made it back unscathed. Incidentally, would you care to learn any sorceries? You're clearly talented, and besides, I owe you. Of course, we will require some materials, but I'm happy to teach you some elementary spells. Are you interested?
Yes, please.
Splendid. Very well. I am pleased to have a chance to give something back. Well then, let's get started straight away.
So we can learn Soul Arrow, which I already have, Heavy Soul Arrow, Great Soul Arrow, Fall Control, Great Heavy Soul Arrow, Magic Weapon, Oral Decoy, Magic Shield, and that's it. He also sells Catalysts and some sorcery boosting rings that, as you can see, are a little out of our price range right now. I wouldn't mind having the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring, though, to make my sorcery damage higher. And this just lures enemies away. I don't know how well it actually works. I don't think I've ever used it. Magic Weapon would be nice because it puts magic damage on your melee weapons. It's good for people that aren't using the Drake Sword. Which we won't be for much longer, probably. So it may come back again once we start having dragon scales. Now, it's worth noting that the Heavy Soul Arrow does have less casts, and it is slower to cast. Great Soul Arrow, I believe, is just better. Like, it's not slower to cast, but it is still 10 less charges. And of course, Great Heavy Soul Arrow is just powerful. It is 8 uses, though. Magic Shield, I don't recall ever having uses for. As you see there, it makes it possible to challenge powerful foes with a small shield, so it makes your shield better. But I've only ever, of the two, I think, used Magic Weapon, not Magic Shield. Fall Control could be good if I have specific jumps I want to make, but there's, I believe, also an item that does the same thing, so there wouldn't really be a reason to have one of your spell slots be taken up with Fall Control. Do I want to grab a bit more money and grab Heavy Soul Arrow right now? I think I do.
Do stay safe.
I think I have enough on hand to do that. In fact, I probably have enough to get most of those things. In fact, let's eat a Proud Night Soul and see how much that gives me. Oh, that's only 2,000. That's less than I expected. I need more than that for purchasing multiple things. How about this? How much is the large Nameless Soldier? 1,000. Okay. $5,000 change might be enough to afford what I'm thinking about.
Oh, hello. Well, you certainly are keeping at it. Myself, I'm fine. Let's get started straight away.
Yeah, because I was thinking about getting Great Soul Arrow. That's why I was kind of pushing the money up. It's 5,000 is enough to get Magic Weapon and Heavy Soul Arrow, and I think that'll do for the moment.
All right. That'll do it. That should help you on your journey. May we meet again.
It will definitely help me on my journey. Now we actually get to use the Attune Magic screen. And now we have 3 spells. Cycling through them with the D-pad, as with any other slots. Let us show off the difference between Soul Arrow and Heavy Soul Arrow. As you can see, much slower, stronger punch by far, though. As a reminder, regular Soul Arrow, 81. And even when somebody doesn't block. Heavy Soul Arrow, 186. Worth it for the less charges, as long as you have the time to cast it at your target. That's the downside to it, as was already mentioned. You need to have the time to throw that ball of pain out. Genuinely, I think you are almost always better served with Great Soul Arrow. It's got more charges and it doesn't have the slowdown. But I'd have to sit here and sift through even more of my pool of souls to get that, I think. I could have gotten it by itself, but I'd rather have Magic Weapon. You'll be able to tell if a weapon you have, by the way, can't use it, if it's grayed out when you cycle to it. Wait, no. I need to have my Catalyst in my other hand to use Magic Weapon. That's the issue. But I'm pretty sure it'll still be grayed out. And actually, I can have 2 Catalysts, now that I have multiple Catalysts. Yeah, see, Magic Weapon's still grayed out. I have 2 sticks. But yeah. Well, actually, I suppose let me finish the demonstration. That guy's just gonna keep throwing bombs for a second. Wow. My sword glows with blue power. Face my blue sword. Ayah! You'll notice it does a bit more damage. It's not like a massive buff, but it makes it do a fair whack of magic damage. I don't think it'll be indicated on the item. Yeah, it's not indicated at all on the item how much magic it's doing right now. And I believe it does scale with anything that improves sorceries. But I do not know that for certain. The good news is it does last a while. But the main point behind something like Magic Weapon is basically it replaces the magic pine resins for you. Just in exchange for one of your item slot, one of your magic slots rather. As you can see, it's now worn off, so it doesn't last forever, but it does last a decent amount of time. Honestly, probably still gonna use regular Soul Arrow for the situation we have at hand. Just on the basis of it will be more likely to manage to actually finish casting, dealing with faster enemies like we're dealing with down here. And the entire reason for dealing with the Capra Demon, from what I remember, is I believe he's the one who has the key that opens the door down there. So it might be in the room? I don't remember. Well, that's about standard. Walk in room, make one jump, get caught on terrain, die instantly. Now, don't get me wrong, I could just level more and just have more health, and that could end up being a solution to this problem. But considering we've managed to solve everything else up to this point by just doing better, I would like to be able to just solve this problem by doing better. And as demonstrated, the Capra Demon's not invincible. He's just a huge pain in the ass. And I do think that if I can get into a position where he's struggling to get at me, I could absolutely just demolish him with soul arrows. Problem is, he is small enough to fit most places, so I can't, like, hide somewhere. And again, the dogs remain a constant concern either way. An argument can be made for just going back to two-handing, but again, dogs. Oh good, at least my stuff ended up outside this time. That's convenient. Probably because I started sprinting out here, so it counted me as having just run into dangerous terrain, essentially. Nope. Got pinned again. This is why this fight is the worst thing they've made. You have no maneuverability space. You have two enemies that are gonna just pin you in place for the thing that can kill you. And you have a thing that basically just will one-shot you. Like, obviously, there are character setups that will survive it better. But especially in a case like that where we just got stuck because of the dogs, surviving it better wouldn't matter. All you'd do is sit there longer while you get juggled to death, so it wouldn't matter. There are a couple other fights I would question the validity of them being well designed. But for the most part, I would say the majority of the rest of this game is pretty fair, even if it's nasty. That fight? Nah. No one will ever be able to convince me that that fight's fair. And before anybody's like, but you could cheese it doing this, it's like, that doesn't make the fight fair. That just means they had a thing that they overlooked in designing it. Also, I wouldn't mind knowing that right about now. It's like, the closest to being able to cheese it is what I started to demonstrate before, where you go up to the side. Problem is, it's a crapshoot to manage to pull it off. Because of the existence of the dogs. Okay, we gotta heal in. Need to get rid of the other dog, but I keep missing it because the dog is so fucking short. I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. Yep. We almost had it, but because of the fucking inability to hit a low target that the sword has sometimes, 'Cause that's the other problem with it being specifically dog enemies, is sometimes your swings will just go right over their head. And you just don't have any choices there. It's like, well, I had like a millisecond of opportunity to do something. Guess it's wasted because the dog's a fucking low target. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why fun isn't allowed. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. The ad's about to start, and considering how these attempts are going, I'm probably just gonna keep attempting it while the ads are running, and if you miss me winning it, got news for you, you ain't gonna miss much anyway. This fight is not much of anything. If you absolutely have to see the fight, consider subscribing. One of the few times I will say that, because I have nothing of merit to do in those 3 minutes. So we're just gonna just keep bashing against this, because I'm probably going to just keep dying anyway. Oh, and now my souls are in too. Okay, we lived, but I'm stuck. That's a funny thing, by the way. I didn't attack, and the Capra Demon took damage. This is why it doesn't matter at all whether I'm attempting this during the ads, though, or not. Is we're gonna have this exact scenario keep happening. Eventually the stars will align and I will get the exact right positioning and angling and everything that I need. And that's basically what this is gonna boil down to for me right now. Is just I need the stars to fucking align to make this happen. Admittedly not dissimilar to what ended up happening with the gargoyles. Is like somebody could argue like, oh yeah, it just expects you to dodge perfectly and do this and that. Now fuck you. I don't care. Like, I'm sure there's somebody out there that's played this game 1,000 times and will just pop their head in and go, you just gotta parry the Capra Demon's big attack and then you just win. It's like, uh-huh. That's great and all. Doesn't make it a good fight. Still doesn't fix it. Just again means there is a specific winning strategy. I would much rather a fight with more avenues to success. I'm not even asking for an easier fight, just one where more viable strategies exist. Like, just make this room like a bit wider and remove all of the random garbage in here. And I would be so much more happy with it. Oh my god, I actually dodged that time. Caught on the tree, but that's okay. Don't you love when enemy attacks take priority over yours? Is I was already more than halfway through that swing and the dog just hits me and cancels me out of my attack before it gets hit, even though the sword was basically making contact with its skull already. And I know I should have waited longer, but I wanted that goddamn dog gone so we could actually make progress on the fight sometime this century before the rest of my hair falls out. We are again in that wonderful situation where this ends up preying upon my impatience. is I'm going to continue to do worse at this fight until we hit a breakthrough moment now, because we're basically just in a repetition loop right now, where I try again, the exact same result occurs, I try again, the same result occurs again. But like I said, I don't really have anything else to try there. Dodging in a different direction may or may not change anything. And I have tried a few different directions, as you've seen, with varying degrees of success. I'm also one of those people that if I was restarting directly into the fight, you'd be seeing different results. I can't say it would necessarily always be better results, because there's an argument to there being an advantage to having to do the runbacks, because it gives you time to think and time to cool, potentially. The other side of that coin is it also lends itself to you getting frustrated from a different angle. It also doesn't help that the hitboxes on those dogs is dog shit. Because am I crazy for thinking that I should have been able to roll past that dog on that left-hand side? Should have been able to squeeze through there. But no, of course not. Its shoulder somehow blocks that entire passageway. Doesn't help that I have had a headache coming and going all day, presumably due to the wild temperature shift we've had. And I brought it up earlier, but the headache is getting pushed harder at this point, which is not helping my mood. So, I do want to say one positive toward myself today. I'm handling this better than I thought I would. With the amount of repetition there has been on some of these, I genuinely expected to be much more frustrated than I am. I fucking hate these thieves, though. Because I saw the animation, but for some reason it didn't click after that other movie had done before that. I thought he just landed weird for a second. Because, you know, this game is pretty janky. He could have just been having a weird animation moment there. Kind of wish I had, like, an AoE spell of some kind. Just run in immediately, like, blast that off. Accepting the risk. I got at least one of the dogs there. I don't think I got both. No, I didn't. Okay, both dogs are down. Back up to heal. Because it takes him a second to get up here, but it doesn't always. And don't you love getting hung up on the random tree they decided to have be in this room with you for this fight? This is the problem. Look at all of this garbage in this room. And I don't just mean the fight. You've got trees, you've got pillars, you've got all kinds of things for you to get stuck on. And you are much more likely to get stuck on it than they are. Like, that entire arena is designed against you. And I will not hear any argument against that either. Because I don't know in what world anyone would think that that is a favorable arena. Is there potential advantage to be taken there? Yes, but I would be very inclined to say that it is very heavily stacked against you regardless. Like, it is very favorable to them. We might not be able to pull off the Capra Demon fight today, because I'm noticing the headache more and more. And I don't want to end up pushing it too much. And we're clearly, you know, not making waves here particularly on this fight at the moment. Oh, I love this. I love it when the game just fucks me over. Is once again, you have this exact scenario of the sword just somehow just whiffing over the enemy. Just whiffing over the enemy again and again and again. Make a note of that. Trying this again, 'cause this is gonna totally go so well. Totally not considering gnawing my own leg off because it would be more fun at all. Do 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 do. Fuck you. No. I'm falling for it this time. None of your fancy parry stance bullshit. Anyway. Not even gonna bother healing because that little bit of health is only gonna matter if I manage to actually make any headway here. Speaking of, got hung up on the tree. Heal faster, you fool. That's still more health than I had. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. Is that's another problem with this arena. And that is he can just reach up the stairs after you. About good 3/4 of the way up there if you happen to be in the wrong spot. But those stairs are your only angle to do anything other than just stand in front of him. Worst part is, I'm pretty sure in the remaster they didn't do anything about that fight at all. I'm pretty sure the Capra Demon fight is basically the same. I don't know that because it's been too long since I've seen the remaster either. Like, maybe they saw reason and took the dogs out of the fight, but I doubt that. Because I wouldn't be surprised if there's a loud enough portion of the community that loves punching themselves in their own dick too much to want that removed. And that goes for the ones that don't have one of those either. They would add one just to punch themselves there. Which, you know, more power to you if that's what you enjoy, but boy, do I dislike dealing with the consequences of other people's choices sometimes. Oh, I'm glad that attack counted. He hit the wall a good 30 degrees to the side of me, but no, I'm flattened anyway. Maybe I should just try the stupid option. Like, I've been considering a very stupid idea this entire time. And it might just fucking work. Because sometimes the dumbest answer is the exact thing you need to do. Is consider, if you will, the very bad idea of just attacking him head on. Because, like, half of my problem's been I've been on the back foot the whole fight. Is he starts off attacking you, so you don't really have a choice but to start the fight on the back foot. But for lack of a better way of putting it. Is you have to dodge or otherwise mitigate that first attack before you can even take any action of your own upon the fight. So you inherently start the fight at a disadvantage. So step one is obviously, you know, get past that attack. What I'm pondering, despite the fact that we won't really be able to survive his attacks, is after I dodge this first attack, or tank it like I just did there, what if we just go slugfest with him? Like, just hit, dodge, hit, dodge, hit, dodge. I was trying to get more of an opening to do more than just that, because that is a very, very slippery slope with him. Where one slip means we die. But I think no matter how we look at it, even if we play the slow game at first to get rid of the dogs, we're probably going to still be in the exact same scenario no matter how I look at that. Also, really should just switch to two-handing this damn thing. Because it'll also give me a different attack angle that might be more likely to hit the dogs. The trick to it being that attack angle is also a little slower. But it does mean I will hit harder. Is demonstration purposes. No, that didn't actually hit that much harder. It's about as hard as the heavy attack does on my light attack. So, not a massive increase, but it is an increase. That's the disadvantage there, though. Is that delay window. Okay, hang on. Why did that kick happen? Because I stopped pressing attack and pressed roll long before that kick came out, but he just kind of kicked the air for no explicable reason. So yeah, at the very least on the way there, I don't think double hand is the good idea. But for dealing with the Capra Demon, it might work out better? Fuck you. I tell you what, I'm gonna try one more time. This attempt that is happening right now is the last one. If we fail again, not gonna worry about it. We're gonna end for the day and we're gonna try again next week. Is what I'm thinking about is there are some alternatives we have. Rather than just bashing my head against the Capra Demon as is. There are avenues left yet for me to become stronger. Before we deal with the Capra Demon. So what I'm thinking is if we fail again, which is highly likely, what I will do between this time and next time is I will look up a couple things. Because I already knew this information, so looking it up isn't really an issue. And I will prepare. Well, that's timing. Guess I'll try this a couple more times then. Hey, Zwar, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully all we're having a grand time. We're just in here bashing our head against Dark Souls, you know, as you do. But, of course, if any of you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves is always the first priority. But I appreciate you bringing your community on over. We're at a little bit of a struggle state right now, so if you heard me sounding a bit frustrated, it's because the Capra Demon fight is a nightmare. That is completely understandable. Thank you again for the raid, and do make sure to take care of yourself. I had actually just been talking to the chat about the fact that we're probably going to be wrapping up before too awful long because of this current loop that we're in. Oh, yeah, I can understand how the end of Hades 2 would take a bit of work, and especially if you ended up going late and are hungry. Absolutely go eat. Time to go lose to the Capra Demon again. I don't get to play is the problem. Yep, that's where we're stuck right now because this fight is just bad. Like, I just can't react to this in any other way than saying this fight is bad. Oh yeah, I definitely ended up quitting this game because of the Capra Demon at least once as well. It just isn't good. And it's extra frustrating because overall we've been doing very well today. Like, it only took a few tries to get past the Bell Gargoyles. Taurus Demon was a non-issue. That's what I've been trying to do, but as you saw there, I keep getting stuck even trying to get past the first swing. Because camera issues and a variety of other problems. And just happening to get clipped. I've gotten the dogs down a couple times, but it takes a few tries just to even hit the dogs half the time because they're so low to the ground and they wobble to the sides and all of that. So even if I get the dogs down, I'm not confident in dealing with the Capra Demon directly even then, because he hits very hard. I'll have better odds, though, because at least not every attack he does kills me in one hit, so I can at least work around it a bit when I have some room to move. Yeah, exactly. There's a little bit more room to move and act on things when the dogs aren't there. Like, I just genuinely wonder who thought this fight was a good idea. Like, who greenlit this fight in particular? I really do wonder. Stuck on the fucking dog again. But the dog actually saved me. You may be wondering why I didn't roll there. I got distracted for a second by my own soul pile blocking half of my screen, because God forbid you have any room in this area. And that was the one frame of reaction time I needed to have reacted to that attack coming around. No, despite the idea that was starting to form of just charging in and fighting the Capra Demon head on, I think I really do have to stick to the original plan of dodge, get rid of the dogs, and then fight him. As much as it would be a very funny situation to actually watch me just pound through the Capra Demon directly, we ain't built for that. Oh, little bit of context for everybody coming in, by the way. This is the Prepare to Die edition of the game. This is not the remaster, in case you couldn't tell the difference. Oh, there's a funny thing about that. This has actually been longer than 3 hours. The power went out about, like, 2 hours in, so we're actually more like 5.5, approaching 6 hours. So that's an extra fun tidbit to it. But yeah, if people are noticing any kind of jank that they're surprised by, yeah, it's because it's the Prepare to Die edition. Modded a little bit to make it behave a little bit better. Oh yeah, I'm still relatively cool at the moment, even though I hate the design of this with a passion. I have definitely felt much worse, so I'll be fine. Okay, that was a clean dodge. Here we go, come on. Dogs, please. One dog, the other dog is stuck, but the Capra Demon is also stuck, so you know what? Let's take advantage of... Oh, you fuck. Of course, the second I go to take advantage of that, he fucking frees himself instantly. Yep, and we're dead now. I got so thrown off by him getting stuck and then immediately unsticking the second the catalyst came out. I expected to at least get to hit him before he unstuck, but no, he just... What was that timing? Genuinely, like, that is just magical timing that he just happened to free himself the second I pulled my catalyst out. It will never stop being funny watching that guy jump over my head. But you are right that the Capra Demon's not going anywhere. Especially at the rate this is going. If any of y'all coming in want to see things other than Dark Souls, don't worry. I play a large variety of things, usually things much less heard of than this. But this is a redemption from the Donathon I did at the end of last year. I have to get through this, the second game, and the third game at some point. As well as a few other things. So we are in this for the long haul, but this is only going to be once a week. So if you want to see literally anything else, don't worry, there's plenty of other things. Like, for example, this Thursday, I'm not entirely sure what we're doing. We should be still playing Terraria with a bunch of friends on Friday. And Saturday is currently a question mark, but as the week loops around, it'll be Breath of Fire on Monday, if that interests anyone at all. Got spiked again, and we're stuck on the tree. I feel like the right side's just a bad call. The right side just doesn't work. I keep trying it because we had one good dodge on that side. And I'm avoiding the left side because of the fact that that one dog comes running straight at you under the Capra Demon's arm on that side. So I keep thinking that I won't be able to squeeze through there, and it has to be that that left side would work, or I cut a really short roll on the right or something. Yep, hey Zero. Welcome to me hating the Capra Demon because it's a dog shit fight. How you doing? Uh-huh. The just like 10 out of 10 worst early game fight ever designed. And, like, I know what I'm getting into past this, before anybody's like, oh, don't worry, there's worse. I would rather deal with some of the worst fights, at least some of the fights people would say are worse later in the game, than continue to deal with Capra Demon right now. Is at least some of the other worst fights that I'm thinking of have a little bit more room to move. And I feel like more will happen with those fights than this happening over and over again, where you don't even get to participate in the fight. Is you just get pinned in a corner instantly and lose again. Like, at the very least, I feel like it shouldn't start you off so rapidly there. Because again, it's a multi-layered, you are at a massive disadvantage situation there. Every single thing about that fight is stacked against you. Like, sure, you can try to tangle them on each other. Got bad news for you on that. You're gonna get tangled on the terrain more than they'll ever get tangled on each other. Like, the only hope I have is if I suddenly become significantly better at rolling through things. And I got news for you. That ain't happening today. That is not a process that will happen instantaneously enough that to achieve what I would need there. And before anybody's like, hey, just use other things. Like, what other things? I have no fucking other things that would do anything meaningful here, unfortunately. It's like, Drakesword's the best option we have. Longsword wouldn't do nearly enough, and it's essentially the same thing, but worse at the moment. I can't use that because that's too much strength. Most of the rest of this would be asking for trouble, basically. Like, there really aren't any tricks I can pull out from up my sleeve here. I have been thinking about it, but there's just nothing. Yep. Yep. I've said it before for other games, and I'll say it here. People like this game, huh? Do they just forget about this part of the game? Like, do people just block the Capra Demon out of their mind when they say this is a good game? I have to assume they do. Is that there's... I really don't see any defending that fight. And as I've said before, good games can have bad sections, but that is just out and out a completely unacceptable fight. Yeah, exactly. I genuinely don't know why that's even here. Why they thought that was acceptable. Is I can see an argument for balance in basically every other fight. I cannot make an argument for that fight being balanced. Like, I have cooked it over in my head over and over, and I cannot think of an excuse to try to claim that that is a balanced fight. Because, like, even the Bell Tower Gargoyles, I would argue, is a balanced fight, because even though there's two of them, the slopes of the roof and such give you an advantage. Because there's a chance that the Bell Tower Gargoyle swings will go over your head, and obviously, you know, they don't come in both at the same time immediately. No, I never said no tips as far as this goes. Just don't be badgery about it, is about the only thing. Like, if you're gonna say something, say it once and be done with it, would be the thing. But more than likely, unless you've got something really special cooked up there, I don't know if it's gonna be anything I haven't already considered and cannot do or do not have the execution for. And if it involves going and getting something, that's already been on my mind, but that is a different day's problem. Yep, got tangled on the dogs again. And that's why I don't tend to do the slower roll-throughs, is because the dogs just close in too quickly. You don't get any room. See, every time I went right, I got caught on the tree. That's why I stopped going right. It is very easy to make even the slightest input error and either end up in that cubby hole or hit the tree and get stuck. That's why I stopped going right. I do agree with your logic, but this is why it's one of those, I have done that, but it has backfired more times than going left has. That's why I've been swinging left. In the more than 10 attempts I've done so far, more attempts going left have succeeded than going right. But I'm assuming you're picturing a very specific movement there that did not end up being how I moved. Is while this is by no means my first rodeo, you would definitely be much more familiar with the movement system of this game than I would be by far. So I would imagine there's a degree of precision you can manage that has not worked out for me so far. Yeah, I know, you're doing your stupid parry. I genuinely don't care. See these Estus flasks? Half of them don't matter. They ain't gonna mean a damn thing in that fight. Oh yay, the souls that don't matter ended up out here. Hooray. Yeah, see, I do sometimes make it through there, but I promptly start getting hung up on the damn dogs again, no matter which way I go. He should be on the stairs by then. I had to just kind of blindly guess where he was going to be at that point. Yep. Yes. We're not in heavy roll at all or anything. Like, we are... Where are we at right now? I haven't looked in a bit. Yeah, we're below half. We're fine. Like, I don't think we're at light roll, but I don't think it would make enough of a difference because I'm not used to it. I would end up having an extra half dozen attempts adjusting to a different roll style, I would say. I'm better off working with what I know. Just correct me if I'm wrong, I'm currently at medium with how that roll looks. His light's threshold is really, really low. Like, for this fight, I could arguably, like, ditch the catalyst because I'm never getting a chance to use it. But that also only cleans up so much as well. Yeah. Which, with the degree of equip load we have, is very, very small margin. And I'm not really interested in the idea of changing my equipment every time I get to the door, as you might imagine. Like, I get that there's a logic to aiming for light roll and everything like that. But I try to keep, like, a generalist setup going so I don't have to constantly be changing things to deal with a variety of situations. I can't believe I got away with that. Sometimes it's luck and not judgment that will save this. Nope, I'm getting put in the corner. Help. Help. Okay, he's walking. Heal while I can. Yep, I timed it wrong. Problem with that one right there was I misjudged the timing on coming out of the heal animation. I thought I was going to have taken longer than that. So the roll would have been timed with that attack better. But it wouldn't have mattered. That was very scuffed at that point anyway. I do still wish I knew what went into the decision to make this fight. Like, I genuinely just picture somebody just sitting in a boardroom, rubbing their hands together, right, going, ha 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 ha, this will make people quit this game. We will have our money and they will quit. Ha ha ha. Because I really can't think of any other logic for making a fight like this. I appreciate the faith. I wish I could share it. Is the very problem lies in the fact that I have to hit him, I would estimate, probably 10 times with the weapon I have, without making enough mistakes to get killed. Therein lies my biggest concern. And I'm basing that on the amount of damage I did when I hit him before. I tested hitting him to see if I could rush him, and rushing him ain't in the cards with the amount of damage we dealt. Okay, that kind of worked. Except I'm stuck on the other dog, because God forbid you be able to fit around anything in this game. You know what would actually save this fight so much for me? If I had more directional control over my roll. Like, if I could control my roll mid-roll, I could do so much with that for that fight. Let me give you the shorter answer. The only two that I did not die to at least once was the Asylum Demon and the Taurus Demon. Everything else I have fought, I've died to at least once. Let me just roll it out for you that way. And based on being at the Capra Demon, you could probably fill in the blank the rest of the way there. The only real other thing we dealt with was the Bell Tower, though. And that took a few tries because I was trying to get the tail to show that off, and eventually gave up and just killed the damn thing. And it is also worth pointing out that this is not my wheelhouse by any stretch of the imagination. And I am going to put this statement out as well. I fully anticipate dying to basically every boss in this game by the end of it, minimum twice. Anything taking more than a minimum of 3 tries, including the successful attempt, will be a miracle. Which is why I'm not that bothered by the retrying in this particular case. But this fight still can go to hell. Yeah, exactly. I'm just making all of that clear and getting that out of the way while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it's just not a design type that I care for, which is why I feel obligated to make note of that. Like, I would feel better about dying to something often if there's more to learn. But with a lot of these fights, it's not really that much learning. in my opinion. Like, there is some pattern learning, but that's about the extent of it. There's only so much adaptation you can make for most of these situations. Is like about the only other move I have to adapt to this situation more, other than just happening to change tactics mid-fight just right, for example, would be to take a lot of extra time to redo how my stat line is right now to give myself different options. Is short of a grind expenditure, there is no changing our current situation. And grind is used just in terms of a repetition of effort against basic enemies and things like that, not in a negative connotation. And as I said when I was going through Hollow Knight and in a fair few other games, these become more of a game of execution, more so than a game of strategy necessarily. Strategy applies, but execution matters significantly more, and I am not one of those people that is particularly interested in repetition of execution until perfection. Great, I love when I don't get to play the game. That's the other thing, is the stun lock situations you have like that, where you just get to sit there and eat it, or roll away and hope you don't just get back in that position again. Yep, just go ahead and hit me as you spin all the way around like a damn ballerina. Would you like me to make you a tutu, Mr. Capra Demon? I'm sure it would look great on you. Like, I'm sure people, well, I would certainly hope people understood what they were getting when they put this in as their Donathon incentive choice. Because if they expected anything else, they didn't know what they were asking for. And that happens. Sometimes people don't know what they're getting into on things. But this is a conversation that was pretty much guaranteed to occur at some point during this. This is just how I feel about this genre. And I know it's not entirely true, the feeling of being stuck that I have here, because obviously I could go elsewhere. But I know, based on the pathing that I can recall at the very least, I have to get through that thing to progress the main line of things I need to do. And the other options in the current state of things would not be better, necessarily. They would be different, but they would not be better. For context, since you came in later on there, Zero, I showed everybody the catacombs, the New Londo ruins, and the Valley of the Drakes, since I have the master key and just snuck in there to show that a bit. As an added bonus of context there. And I'll phrase this question very specifically. Oh, and we went into Darkroot Basin very slightly as well. But didn't accomplish anything. But the question I'm going to phrase is, I'm remembering correctly that I have to do the Capra Demon to get to Blighttown, correct? I know I don't directly get to Blighttown this way, but I believe Blighttown is connected to the area I get to after this. Because I have a 50-50 in my head about the connecting point for Blighttown, and I cannot remember which one is correct. See, that's what I was wondering about. But clearly I was trying the wrong door. Or then. Because I thought that the door to the depths was the one down here. But this door was just telling me it's locked and wasn't opening. Then why is the key not working? Or are you saying that there's another door to the depths that the master key does open? That's what I'm going wrong about. So I am open to this line of dialogue because, like I mentioned before, I have done all of this in the past. It's just shaky memory. Because this is by no means blind, just to reiterate that for everyone. You know, I wouldn't say no to skipping the depths, if I'm honest. I don't like the depths that much either. I have a new objective. Now I just need to remember where that door that you're talking about is. Which, you know what? I'll phrase this one as well. Is the door I need in this area? That's what I thought. Is it one of the places I mentioned so far? Yep, that's what I thought. Because I think I'm starting to put together the location. I just do not remember specifically where. So I think I'm starting to put the pieces together about where that is, and I'm just trying to think of how to get there effectively. If I could skip the depths and skip the Capra Demon, I am doing that in a heartbeat. Because this has proven to be a waste of my time. Not to say that where I'll be going is much better, because if it's where I think it is, it's not great. You know, I'll just go ahead and stop beating around the bush. Which area is that door in? I want to fact check myself here on where I think it is. I'm not asking for where in the area, just which name area is it in. That's what I was afraid of. That's what I was afraid of, because I have a memory from a map I had looked at many, many, many years ago. Because it was a map of what areas connected to what. In the Valley of the Drakes, I remembered having a very funny connecting point. Because I remember seeing two specific connecting points to the Valley of the Drakes that I went, huh, that's interesting. Is one was where we're going, and one was how I got there. But it wasn't fully clicking in my brain, and I'm like, I don't think that's correct. I feel like I'm missing a piece. I don't know why I went back this way. This is definitely going to be a much more interesting adventure to embark upon than bashing my head against the Capra Demon. It's time for the adventure of finding our way through the Valley of the Drakes. I mean, if you mean the bell tower gargoyles, they're dealt with already. We've already rung the bell up here. We just need the bell down in Blighttown. I mentioned that earlier, but it may have gotten lost in among everything else. Oh yeah, the stairs are over here. They blend in. Yeah, we got through the Bell Tower Gargoyles relatively quickly. It took a fair amount of attempts, but that was because I was fucking around trying to get the tail. I'm gonna laugh if the door is where I suspect it is. Because it'll mean I was right there. And literally could have already touched that door. Welcome back to hell. Population, lots of ghosts and misery. We're not staying. That is a really, really fast area transition, just going boop, boop, suddenly we're here. Okay, so we've got a couple options. And I'm thinking that instead of going the way I went before, we go this side. This isn't the funny I was thinking about, though. Yeah, because this one dead ends. That's what I thought. So that leaves two choices. One, where the big men were that beat my head in earlier, or where the Drake is that nuked me. Because we stole things from it and it got mad. I would say, though, it's probably a lot more likely Blighttown's that way. Based on the dramatic lighting change here and the look of the fellows hanging around in here, it seems highly likely. Pardon me, gentlemen. I have places to be. Hello, sir. Yep, that's what I thought. I was a few feet away from here because I wanted to show those guys off and have a laugh about it. And because I didn't push past that, the access point to where I wanted to be was right there. And what do you know, a key to New Londo Ruins while we're at it. Ow. Goodbye. I got places to be. Good day, sirs. I don't know if they can use ladders. They probably can jump down, though, so I should probably be on my... Alright, those are a thing. Eh. So anyway, welcome to Blighttown. Population, a lot of awful things that nobody likes. Including that. That's a thing. That's something. Yeah, but I'm not going to be using pyromancy anyway, so that doesn't particularly matter to me. Oh, right, you have, like, a fire spray move you do. You stay over there. That won't hit you through that, huh? Can I stab you through this? I can. Real shame for you. You're not smart enough to abuse the surroundings like I do. Yeah, worst case, I could always come back to the Capra Demon in the depths and everything after I do this as well. It's not like I get locked out of doing that. Yeah, that's fair. I'm trying to minimize moving parts on this because I know I don't have the input dexterity to have a bunch of moving parts. So the more buffs and such I have to remember to cast, the worse this is gonna get. See, I thought so, but every time I tried pressing buttons to do it, it didn't work. So I assumed either I couldn't in this one or was bugged. And I'm getting stun locked. Is for anybody thinking that Blighttown was going to be easy, it isn't. But it's preferable to the Capra Demon right now. Am I remembering wrong that sliding down ladders is just hold? Oh, is it B? I thought it was A. Though I seem to recall trying both and nothing happened. Because I would assume it's the same as your sprinting button. Yes. Yeah, you did not take the whole sentence into account. Or, I should say, I didn't phrase it properly because I've got my hands full constantly here. I tried both, is what I was going to get at before I got hit in the head with a fire bottle and was much more interested in being concerned about that. Also, I went the wrong fucking way. Bear in mind, I've been streaming for now 6 hours. My brain is cooked. Words are not going to always work out well. And welcome in, Anxiety. Welcome to my misery. Yeah, especially beating my head against the Capra Demon for what probably ended up being a solid hour. I didn't count, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was around that. My brain is kind of checked out to a certain degree in general as well. Fuck this guy in particular. Wrong fucking way again. Well, not quite wrong. What are you doing here? Hey. What did you think you're doing here? I was going the right way, but... Am I going the wrong way, right way? Yeah, down here. Case in point about the brain being cooked I was talking about. It is interesting that we picked up that key to the New Londo ruins, but I'm assuming that that key is for going the other way, and we used the master key to go through where that key was for. As I would presume we're currently going through backwards. I was pretty sure there was one there, and I will refrain from answering any of that until after the ads, because I know people aren't going to be able to hear me anyway. So we'll come back to that thought in 3 minutes. Do I want to fulfill my curiosity? No, not that curious. Do. Oh, great. Got clipped that time. Well, I do wish that was on a different button. Because if there's anything I would love to be able to do, it's roll while running easier without it accidentally jumping instead of rolling. But there is no such luxury in the way this controls. Oh, and for anybody that can hear me, yes, I have definitely fallen down this elevator shaft before because I run over expecting the elevator to be there and it isn't there because I didn't pull the lever yet. And then just... I'm sure everyone's ended up doing that at least once. Or your friend pulls a lever and makes you fall to your death. That's also a thing that happens. Oh, fuck it. My ankles. Everybody should be coming back from ads here shortly. We'll hopefully be back in Blighttown by the time the ads are done. Huh? Says knowing that that's a lie. Well, we're right here. That doesn't mean we're going to be successful in getting back there again. As much as we've entered Blighttown, that doesn't mean we're gonna get to stay. Need to get on that ladder and get down before they crush me. Okay. Now, I'm gonna hold on this ladder for a second so I can have this line of thought go through now that the ads are done. So, to answer anxiety, no, this is technically not my first time playing this. It will be my first time finishing it, but it is not my first time playing this, which is why I'm a little more flexible on information than I ordinarily am. And as far as that Firekeeper soul in New Londo, I'm pretty sure that's what I went running in there for, but I forgot where it was. Ended up picking up, like, the parrying dagger and some other nonsense in there. But it didn't end up getting that. This also would absolutely not be getting played if it weren't for the Donathon. But, you know, such is life. It's gonna be fine. Just, you know, working around certain things will make our life infinitely easier. Fuck you. A similar note, fuck you. It'll be happening. And ironically enough, I feel like at times I'll be happier during that playthrough than I am going to be during this one. I think it was Nugs paid for Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 to happen. So, buckle up for that. No, Elden Ring was not purchased, and no, that will not be happening. That's across that bridge when we come to it situation. I have not given it enough thought on that regard yet, because we've only started this. It's weeks away before I need to consider yay or nay on that. I am mostly inclined to agree. I wish I could have the movement, especially just having a dedicated jump button in these games that I have in Elden Ring, but I prefer the world of these three. Mostly because Elden Ring's a little too much to try to chew through, in my opinion. Which is why I never finished that, even though I enjoy the options in that. The game's just too fucking long. Sekiro I could not really get into entirely. But that one's a very, very... you either really like it or you hate it scenario, I would say. Also, holding neither A nor B is making me slide on this ladder. Just as a note. See you over there throwing shit at me. I don't appreciate that. Yeah, Bloodborne on PC would be wonderful. We'll see. It's PlayStation, so your mileage can and will vary quite heavily. I struggle to think of the last cool thing Sony's done recently. Bloodborne is fun, but it to a certain degree ends up in a similar boat in my mind to Sekiro, as it is faster in a lot of ways. And can be much more direct and brutal at times as well, in my opinion. Mind you, these are the statements of someone who failed to finish it. And mostly never continued it just because he was not playing that console anymore. Well, yeah, I'm just saying they're in a similar category of they are faster than your average Souls-like, so it makes it a different experience for a lot of people. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. I don't have the right moss for this toxin, so, hope you're ready for me to just drop dead eventually, because there's nothing I can do about this right now. That's fair, yeah. The world of Bloodborne is fascinating, especially the insight system and everything I found very interesting. I'm back and forth on that. There are parts of the slower combat that I enjoy, and there are parts of the faster combat I enjoy. I really wish there was a middle, but there isn't a middle. Middle just kind of doesn't exist. Like, the closest to middle I hesitate to say Bloodborne is the closest to middle, but it kind of is, because you have options that kind of put you in a position to do either, depending on how you want to handle things. Also, all of these darts are an issue. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, I can't make that jump, huh? That's a shame. We are very dead. In case anybody was wondering, we are very dead. The second I landed there, I just gave up. It's like, nope, ain't fixing that at that point. Would I consider it? Maybe. Would my budget ever consider it? No. That's the realest answer I can give you. Like, I can't even buy a $10 game right now, let alone a $60 game. I'll be real with you about that. It really depends on what about it didn't work for you, I would say, whether a higher frame rate would change anything. And it may also be the timing when you played it as well, because that is always a factor. Whether we realize it or not. This is something I addressed much more heavily during the Hollow Knight playthrough a few weeks back. I still didn't heavily gel with Hollow Knight, but I gelled with it better than I did when I had played it originally. So it's always something worth thinking about. Especially if it's been a bit since you had tried Bloodborne. There's no guarantees, of course, that it would turn around and work or can click perfectly for you now. But things change. And yeah, it would mostly just be a matter of, even though it's stable at this point, it depends on what the requirements end up being for that. Personally, of the three, like, just Dark Souls, I enjoyed 3 almost the most. Like, and people are gonna call me a heretic for this, but I go back and forth in my head between 2 and 3. A lot. Because there are a few things about 2 I genuinely just really enjoyed of the parts of it I had played. Meanwhile, there are things like the Capra Demon and such here that I'm like, I struggle to have good memories of this game because of scenarios like that. This little shit. Why are you clipping through the floor to begin with? See, I usually say the same thing about 2. 2 is the one that usually gets fucking dunked on in my experience. But you are right that 3 does catch some flack too. See, and maybe this is the thing. Dark Souls 2 is the one that reminds me the most of Kingsfield. And I've seen somebody else say the same thing before. And I love Kingsfield. So that might be why I have a stronger attachment to 2 than the others. 3 just felt better mechanically, because they smoothed out a lot of the, like, PC port issues and such. Lunacid is fantastic. One to put on your radar if you haven't seen it is Verho Curse of Masks as well. it's another Kingsfield old style game that came out fairly recently. I need to find time in my schedule to play it, but it hasn't happened yet. But the demo was quite good. Yeah, no, Lunacid is fantastic. Though, plus or minus this statement, how you feel about it, the game is quite breakable. Not in a it's going to crash way, in a you can do very silly things if you really want to way. And those very silly things will do horrendous things to the game balance. I say as someone who has beaten that game both normally and randomized. And fun fact, I'll go ahead and give this one to everyone. One of the games I'm planning on playing for the next big archipelago I'm in is Lunacid. So expect to see that at the end of the month. What else is in there? You'll find out later. But that is in the pool again. Because I want to see how it handles in a larger scale archipelago than me just being in with one other person. Break that pot with his body. It's quite good. It's a indie game based very heavily on Kingsfield and Shadow Tower, as you can probably gather from what we were talking about. But it moves much more modern. See, that's the piece I didn't know. Why would I ever think I needed to be sitting still on a ladder to slide down the fucking ladder? That is very counterintuitive, I would say. But that explains why it never worked. Speaking of didn't work, that did not work very well at all. That's fair. It's a very easy thing to forget considering it doesn't make sense. No, I can just go around that guy, or I can go up here. Is this a bad time to say I've only ever been in Blighttown once, and that was more than 10 years ago? I have seen people suffer in here, but a lot of Blighttown kind of runs together because it's just brown, green, and ugly. Yeah, that's fair. I have skipped a large chunk of it. I will say, at least it hasn't destroyed the frame rate like it used to always do. Which is part of why I very rarely ever went in here, because... Fun story about my experience with this version of Dark Souls back when it was much more relatively new. My computer did not handle it particularly well, so it ran like shit in a lot of places. So as you might imagine, Blighttown was just a, we don't go there. We don't talk about Blighttown. Oh, there's the one I hurt. Okay. I do remember wearing this stuff, though, because one of the few things I did accomplish in Blighttown, one of the rare times I went in here, was getting this stuff. This was actually what the character I was playing multiplayer with a friend of mine was wearing all the time. It's just nifty looking. And it's not bad either. It's a little on the heavier side, which is not ideal. Which is why I'm not immediately slotting it in. But I like the look. So we'll wear the funny hat. At the very least. Hide my jerky face. Now, let's see. Yeah, that's the same scaling, so... I genuinely don't remember. Does this matter for my sorceries at all? Considering they're the same scaling? I thought it's only the ones that have a different scaling that mattered, as far as sorcery goes. But I genuinely do not remember because it's been entirely too long. I mean, I guess I could wear it anyway as a poking stick in an emergency. That's what I thought, yeah. So actually, the Sorcerer Catalyst is better. By 3 whole points. We'll stick with the Pokey Stick. 3 points really isn't that big a deal. Behold. I have actually tried to use that as a melee weapon in the past. Behold, two-handed big stick. Yeah, horrendous idea right now. There's something down there, so that is in the play area at some point. Oh, wait, I have a memory of that now. And I don't like that memory. That goes with a lot of memories of things here, though. You know what I kind of wish I had remembered to buy right about now, too? Slowfall. Because you know what would be great right about now? Slowfall. I don't think I'd be able to make it all the way down. But, things could be done. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No. No, that'll end in tears. That going to end in tears right there. Curiosity is strong right now, though. I'm looking around. I'm thinking. Thinking bad ideas. Pretty sure that's far enough I would die. Oh, bye. Huh. Yeah, I can't say anything quite like that exists, but I would be down for something like that as well. As I've mentioned time and again, the world building of these games is the thing I like the most. It's the everything around the world building that is hit or miss for me. So I don't even mind the way the combat and everything is designed, it's just the constant onslaught is what kind of wears me down in terms of interest after a while. It just gets to be a bit much. Yeah, there's that thing again. Still flailing away. I was real tempted to pull my bow out and shoot that. Just see what happens. Because I do still have that bow, and I still have a chunk of the wooden arrows left from when I got the Drake Sword. Wouldn't be effective, but you know, I could poke it and just see if it starts like screaming at me or something. I don't know how to feel about that being the first expectation I have of something happening when I shoot something that looks like that. Is just starts flying around and screeching. Just like grows bat wings or something. What am I thinking of that makes me think that? Oh yeah, there we go. Now the ladder works. That is still such an odd thing. I don't think I have any reason to be on this side of this tree trunk anymore. Gate. Can't fucking look at my surroundings without getting fucking darted. Ata. Have an idea. Oh, another memory has occurred to me involving this fucking thing. Time for good idea, bad idea. Trusting this being the bad idea. But it worked out. I'll be real with y'all. Most of my instincts were screaming that there's going to be a trap at the bottom of that. Okay, that's the dead one. I just hit it in the ass and nothing happened. You know, gotta check for traps. Well, we've made it to the bottom. Hooray? Question mark? Like, that's very much a case of I'm happy about that and not at the same time. Go, Bug Zapper. Deal with the problem. Okay. Because, I remember things about down here. They're not good things. Because for those wondering, yeah, the muck's bad, as you might anticipate from a place called Blighttown. Yeah. Is that, as we've been poking further and further down here, I'm now regaining some fairly vivid memories of actually coming down here in the past. The one time I came here, we actually got into this section of Blighttown. And I say we because it was on the multiplayer file. It's the same trip, of course, where I got the Mask of the Sealer and everything. And I'm poisoned. It is only poison, though, not toxic? Yes, it is. Okay. That's good news. The bad news is I don't have nearly enough moss for this, but I have a lot of flasks, so I can just kind of tank it. Problem is, we don't really move fast in this goop. So I need to plan my route, probably. Yeah, I seem to recall that's exactly what we did then as well, is just eventually just kind of slogged our way to victory. His poison doesn't hurt that bad, at least. It sucks, but it's better than toxic by far. Blob, 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 give. That'll be useful later when I actually have something that'll use that. Piss off! See, this is a bigger problem. I'm not letting you stun lock me again. No. Yeah, I kind of figured there was, but I missed it, and I didn't want to turn around and... Because I assume you're talking back up before the elevator, so at that point, you know, too late to worry about that. Ah. Well, that's bad news. So I'm assuming I'd have to go back up the elevator to reach said bonfire, huh? Okay, if it doesn't need an elevator and I can get back to it, I'm going back to it then. See, that's information I'm open to, because I genuinely would not know. Okay, I'm getting mixed signals here. As you said back near where I dropped down, so I assumed it was around here. Oh, fuck's sake. Hang on. The fuckery parade has appeared again. Ah, okay. See, there was multiple drop downs. That's where the question marks arised. So I assume it has to be over that way then, because it doesn't really seem like there's anything like that down here. Unless it's back past these things, which I guess it could be. No, because we were over here. That's where I killed those. And it would have to be over to the left then. It's the only other place left around here. We just came back from there. Yeah, I think I looked at all of this and went, I don't want to go this way. This way seems bad. If there's a bonfire over here, it would be worth it. See an item. Aha! Suddenly confidence increased. Though we are basically in the same position for Estus either way. Unless I kindle this. Let me go ahead and just fix all of the damage to everything forever. It's probably fine. 7 should be enough for around here. Of course, now the other nightmare beasts have been reborn, but, you know, one problem at a time. Sounds good. I probably won't be going that much longer anyway, especially now that we've got a checkpoint here. Because that was part of why I was pressing forward, was I was going to find a checkpoint down here in Blighttown. Now that we have one, I may very well stop after I grab a couple more things nearby. Seeing the shadow of that thing's actually more upsetting than seeing it. I stand corrected. You know what's more upsetting than seeing its shadow? Seeing 2 of it. And mosquitoes. This is why I bring magic with me. Dealing with tiny, annoying things that would be a pain in my ass to hit with a sword. As you can see, this catalyst actually does solid work as a stabbing implement for those curious. It's like surprisingly decent. It's just slow to use. But it's like a spear with bonus attributes of being able to launch magic out of it. Yeah, no matter how bad things are getting right now, this is still preferable by far to dealing with the Capra Demon. What a mess. Okay, the constant mosquito spawns, though. Getting old. Oh, I'm getting toxic built up now. I'm fucked. I can't believe I survived that. Oh, that's why we found more dart-throwing jackasses. Just kill me. This is fine. It's over this way. I assume this is where I almost got to when I dropped down and went into the area full of fire dogs and shit. Oh no, it's just... This doesn't scream trap at all, no. No, nothing bad could possibly happen with this. Are you evil? No? Huh. There's just a dragon scale down here, I guess, in a box in a hole. Okay. Huh. And this does not connect to where I was getting darted to hell and back, but maybe where I ended up getting shot over to the left there might be connected to that. Which is why we're not going back over there, because that may very well be the... well... we might have to go over there. That might be where I need to go. Because an area like that does scream, this is where the bell would be. So, acoustics-wise, can I just say that it's weird that they have a bell this far down? I mean, I assume magic kind of solves that problem. But it's weird to me that they would place a bell down here. So I guess it could, like, reverberate through the earth and shit like that. And that could be a thing. That looks like a possibility for where something important could be, though. Straight across. Anybody who hasn't noticed, though, take note of the fact that those big boulder boys are moving. They're real. They are something. Just, you know, remember that. Totally got nothing to do with the fact that I'm rotating around to this side at all or anything. Trying to avoid being spotted by two boulder boys at the same time. I really did think you were gonna throw that at me, though, chum. I gotta tell ya. Oh, right. Fucking dung beetle, hoi, hoi, hoi. Dung beetle, hoi, hoi, hoi. Nope. I have ground to run on now. Gotta go. Eep. Turns out they do throw them sometimes. Gotta blast. I don't like it here, but I like it better than there. Waylog's domain. That's... you know, I don't think this is where I wanted to go. But, well, we're here. Hi. You don't mean me harm, I don't mean you harm. Right now. Yep, that's kind of what I expected to see. You know... well... arachnophobia warning of sorts. Because, yeah. This is a whole thing. Also a whole other thing as well, but... people probably would be much more concerned about the spider, and then get very distracted by the other options. Hello, madam. You're gonna kill me. This is exactly why I said you were going to kill me. You know, I'm sure people have told you you're hot, and I have multiple different reasons for that statement. Yep, that did about as well as I'd expected it to. Gotta go! Oh yeah, that does, fuck all. Things we are not prepared for right now. Chaos Witch, Kalog. So... that's something. That tells me is... if crossing the water is the answer, we have a whole new question to solve. But it's one I think, as I said before, I am much more readily able to solve than the Capra Demon problem. I'm gonna die again now. Or not. I can't believe I didn't die there, but that's why poison's tankable, is because poison doesn't do that much as long as you have any real amount of health. Till you know, roll into another weird freak and then get blasted. That'll happen. Yeah, I think this is a good stopping point. We got a lot done. We would have gotten more done if we hadn't ended up brick walling at the Capra Demon for a while. But I would safely say that that's expected. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and find somewhere else to be. Especially so I can rest my throat, because it got mad at me earlier, and it has only gotten madder. But I stubborned forward, because I'm like, I want to make headway, because I don't want to end on being stuck. And well, arguably we're still ending on being stuck. But we're ending on being differently stuck. We have a lot of options on. Some of which we haven't gotten to raid at all, some of which I've not gotten to raid often. I'm currently making choices. So bear with me on that. But otherwise, I may as well remind y'all of upcoming schedule and things like that. Upcoming schedule being a lot of question marks, admittedly, but I can tell you the specific days. And that is, with today being Tuesday, no stream tomorrow. There will be stream Thursday night. Question mark as to what? Friday evening will most likely be Terraria with the group we've been playing Terraria with the past couple weeks. There is a chance that that will be cancelled, as I mentioned before, because of one of our number not feeling well, specifically the one that has been hosting. So that complicates things. And I would prefer if people, you know, felt better rather than pushing to do things anyway. And then Saturday, based on how this week has been going, I wanted to say we were going to do like either the chat chosen art stream or something like that. It is seeming less likely so far, considering it is only Tuesday and I've not been feeling the best. Like, I don't know if I'm sick or if it's just the weather shift fucking me up right now. I don't think I'm sick, just to be clear, because I have nothing else other than like mild throat irritation and the occasional little bit of headache. Little bit being perhaps a bit of understatement, but don't worry about that. Don't focus on that part. But yeah, that's this week in a nutshell anyway. Then we roll back to Monday where we continue Breath of Fire, or 1. Which is more than likely, as I mentioned before, going to be another like 2 or 3 sessions to finish that. And then we roll back around to Tuesday where we'll be back to this. So if you want to see this more, you gotta be here next week. Because if I played this more than once a week, we would get further, but I also probably would be much more inclined to get angry at it. So, this is the better choice. Almost certainly. Let me cut audio and take a look around a bit. I know the image seems frozen. That's because when you click out of Prepare to Die edition, everything just kind of freaks out. So don't mind it. Yeah, I don't get to raid them very often, and they're still pretty early on. So that'll work great. We'll go see Ito, who is playing some Donkey Kong on Country 2. Also a member of the Dragon Council that I am a part of, and one of the many people that will be participating in that archipelago that I talked about a bit ago. That will be happening at the end of the month. P.S. Don't be surprised if a chunk of schedule gets taken over by that archipelago when it happens. My main intent is to have it be 1 day a week guaranteed for the archipelago, just because there may be slow progression on that one. But I am open to the idea of having more days go into that. What may very well end up happening is we keep Monday and Tuesday for the Donathon stuff, and then the rest of the week gets consumed by Archipelago. We shall see how things end up lining up there. I'm gonna go ahead and get that timer started, though, before I ramble and then have nothing to ramble about while the timer goes. So let's see. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. I know that this got a little iffy at times, and I appreciate those who came back after the power outage happened. I know that can put a damper on things now and then, so I appreciate y'all sticking with me through that, since there was an interruption there. And those who stuck with me through the bashing my head against the Capra Demon phase of things, where I started getting a little grouchy. But this is also what I warned y'all about when I started this, is grouchy is going to happen. Be good to Itoshi's good people, and I'll see you all hopefully on Thursday night. Good night, everybody.